Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this edition of Drive Time on this January 19th, 2026, Martin Luther King Day. We are here, and it's like weird because I know some people have the day off, some people don't. I wish more people had the today off to be able to honor it, but it is what it is. So if you had today off, hope you enjoyed it. Maybe watching some basketball or hockey. There's both of those on. We got the scores kind of trying to go down there at the bottom of it. And we'll keep you up to date as we see stuff that pops up here too. So I am joined, of course, by Showtime Sarah and the one and only Scooter. Sarah, of course, she's surviving from her jet lag because we did have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to take her to the airport to get her back to Raleigh. So she's back in Raleigh. How you doing? You surviving? You gonna make it through the show, or are you gonna fall asleep right there at the desk?
I was like kind of debating if I just like have the computer set up on my bed and then I lay back. Like, don't have to show my face or anything, but just audio. But then I feel like midway through, you just hear me slowly doze off. But no, I'm fine. I got some energy. I'm eating right now, so hopefully that'll help me.
That'll help. There you go. Scooter, how are we doing today?
Good. It snowed overnight here and iced a little bit, so it was a fun little morning. But hey, it was no big deal, only a few inches.
It took me 30 minutes to defrost my car today because it's been sitting in a lot for 3 days. It was not fun. I'm starting to realize maybe my defrost is just not great, but it's oh well. It's an old car. What do you expect?
Well, hey, that's half the battle. It's just getting through it. So speaking of getting through it, let's get to it because we definitely, once again, as always, have a lot to cover. So we start off, of course, with this little reminder that not only can you watch the shows live on YouTube and Facebook, but you can also listen to us on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Castbox, and Odyssey. You just have to wait till the next day. So then you could listen to these while you're driving, of course, or also now on YouTube, you have the option of 24/7 service on Sideline Junkie. So you can catch any show when you want after it airs. So just we're out here for you. We're doing our service for you, the viewers, and we hope that you enjoy it for sure. So just that little reminder. But of course, we have to start with my favorite segment, Oh Say Can You Sing? And this one, ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 entries to go over. The first one we have was Norrell Simpson. She did the one for the Pittsburgh Steelers game, back the wild card game way back a week ago, but that was before our show. And she was okay. It was a 40, just average. But then last night was the guy that I've been waiting to get on this list, but I was afraid he was never going to be able to get on this list because he is normally the Blackhawks anthem singer. And for those that don't know, the Blackhawks have not made the playoffs in a very, very long time. So with that being said, I wasn't sure exactly when we were going to get him onto the list, but the Bears did me a solid and they had him sing the anthem last night for the Bears game. If you haven't seen it yet, go on to YouTube, check it out. But an anthem is good when on social media, the second after it airs, everyone is posting on social media, oh my God, check out the anthem. And that was going on all over the place last night. So needless to say, he finally shows up and he delivers as always. Jim Cornelison is one of the best anthem singers. I've actually got to hear him live once because I did go to a Blackhawks game in Chicago at the United Center and got to hear it live. There's just nothing better than him. And he delivered as I thought he would with a solid 50. If I could give more than a 50, he would get it. But, can't do that. So anyway, so there he is. He's on there with my 50, and he's there. So did you guys get to see the anthem yesterday?
I did. It was great. And I love the national anthem when it's those who are doing it are like no nonsense. They're going straight at it. And he goes straight at it. He's got that voice and it just like goes perfectly. And people get behind it too, because it's quite easy to follow when you do an anthem like that.
The best part of it too was that I saw one of the social media hits of it was somebody was recording it from like outside a bay from where the United Center is, and or from where Soldier Field is, and you could hear him loud and clear from like what seemed like a good, I would say, 2,000 feet away. It was just that amazing. But yeah, you're right. He sings it amazingly well, and that voice is just beautiful. Of course, Sarah was here live with me, so her and Jared were laughing at me with the anthem. Once I saw that it was him, I was like, oh my god, it's him. So I was freaking out when it was on live, right, sir? That's
Yeah,
it.
it was so funny because, like, he's freaking out, and I'm like, "Who is this guy?" And then Dad goes, "Jim Corneliuson." I was like, "That doesn't help me at all. I've never seen this guy before." But his anthem was pretty good. I will give kudos.
Yeah, so we have a new updated top 50. Jim would be like 1A, even above my other favorites here. But what this now means is that the top 10 is the 46 or higher club. No longer can you get into the top 10 with a 45. So we're really getting to the nitty gritty now of the best in order to get here. So, but I know it's my fun thing that I love to do, and that one last night I was definitely stoked for. So I appreciate the Bears at least coming through with that. So with that, let's get into our football roundabout, and let's start off with the games. We're going to go kind of in order of, well, I've had to flip-flop this because, of course, of the obvious news in Buffalo, which we will get to later, of course. But with everything that happened here, so we're going to go in order kind of from least exciting to most exciting. And, of course, the game that was least exciting was the blowout where Seattle just destroyed San Francisco 41-6. The game wasn't even that close. Seattle took the opening kickoff for a touchdown, and basically it was over from that point on. Darnold was okay, 12 for 17 for 124 and a touchdown, but they did remember that they had Kenneth Walker again, and so he had 116 yards and 3 touchdowns. McCaffrey only had 74 total yards for San Francisco. I thought that Seattle was maybe going to blow them out just because of everything that was going on, but I was not expecting it to be this bad. So, Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, Seattle went out there and took care of business. Like San Francisco showed up, they're all like, yeah. And all of a sudden, Seattle's like, no. And I mean, they were just unbelievable. I mean, Darnold didn't have to play great. That defense took care of business. His offensive line, a lot of room for that running game. That's unfortunate about Sharps. Sounds like that's a done deal for him. But
yeah, he's out for well, if they're saying the rest of the season, but could be well into next year too.
Yeah, he's a really great runner too. That's really unfortunate, and that does hurt Seattle going into the championship game, of course. But not having that, he's more than just RB2. But San Francisco, it wasn't even close.
Sarah, any thoughts on this as we watched some of that game, and then we realized that it was over with, and then we turned it off, or everyone went to bed. But what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think I actually stayed up watching it a little bit later than you did. I think it was 34-6, and then I was like, yeah, I can turn this off knowing fairly well where this we already knew where it was going to go with the first 10 seconds of there being a whole pick six. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's so weird with San Francisco. When they lose a game, they blame it on their injuries, but then like when they win a game, it's like they praise. I don't know. It's very back and forth. But definitely sucks for them. I think what's gonna hurt more is that they have to either watch Seattle or the Rams in their arena during the Super Bowl. That's gonna, if they win it in there, it's like when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl in Las Vegas Stadium. It doesn't feel great.
Yep, I hear you on that one completely. Totally agree. Anthony giving us some breaking news here. Apparently, the Miami Dolphins have hired Jeff Hafley as their next head coach. I'll be honest with you, I've not even seen that yet, and I just checked. I checked ESPN for this, and I don't even see that ESPN has it updated yet. So hold off on that there, Anthony. I'll try to do some research on him and give you what I think of him when we get to when we get to the coaches part, because we do have a coaches part coming up here for sure.
Well, let's just put it this way: that it'll be a tougher day in Green Bay today, if that's true.
Yeah, right, because he's their OC or OC, right? DC. Okay, I knew it was one of those C's up there. So we'll see.
Some C.
Yeah, but they did decide to keep LaFleur, speaking of Green Bay, so that's an interesting decision too, but I guess not everyone can do that. So that was the first boring one, and then to me, the next boring-ish one was New England taking care of Houston. A lot of this too was based on, just Stroud did not have a good game at all. The 4 turnovers, interceptions in the first half. A crazy stat. Houston's now 0-7 in the divisional round. So they can win a playoff game, but they're now 0-7 in the divisional round. May was okay, 16 for 27, 179. He did throw 3 touchdowns. He did have an interception. Stevenson had a good day, 70 yards rushing. The dagger in this game was that heck of a touchdown catch by Butte, which was a Butte to say the least. And he had 3 receptions for 75 yards and that touchdown. But New England takes care of business at home. It's just too many turnovers for Stroud, just the wrong game to have 5 turnovers, and it just was not going to work out well for him. Scooter, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, Houston's got a great defense, but New England, I've said this, before the playoffs started, well, or at least when the playoffs started, that don't be surprised if not only New England makes it to the Super Bowl, but can win the Super Bowl. I'm not there yet on winning the Super Bowl, but they certainly can play like they can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it seems like, and I don't know what to think about New England because I still had the Brady and Belichick feels about New England, but this isn't that team. I kind of like Mike Vrabel. I don't dislike Drake May. I'd like those 2 guys. So I'm trying to get used to the idea that, okay, this New England team is okay to root for, but I still have my bad feelings for them. So Sarah, what were your thoughts on this one?
This was in a way a messier game. It was still a good game. Obviously New England pulled away with it. It kind of went like how maybe you would expect it to. I think maybe the little rain mix weather they had going on probably didn't help cases. But a lot of people, we'll talk about the Buffalo game later, but a lot of people talk about how it was Josh Allen's chance to really prove things. This was CJ Stroud's chance, I feel like. Houston is 0-7 in their divisional round. So it's almost as much as a concerning stat for them, I would fear. But this is why I felt cautious about Houston the entire season. I was like, I don't know how much I should trust it. I'm not saying this game proved everything to me, but I think it definitely highlights some of the concerns you have with the team, that there is still work to be done.
I agree. Yeah, I think you're right about CJ Stroud also, because he had such a great rookie season, and last year's and this year's and he's just not. The performances aren't good in the playoffs. It's going to be interesting. Next year really depends on CJ Stroud. It should be a stressful season for him.
If I have to give Stroud one little benefit of the doubt, he was playing pretty well going into this game. And then remember, no Nico Collins. The first series, Dalton Schultz goes out, and then later they lose their other tight end too. So he was without a few of their better weapons, in that game too. But still, some of those picks he threw were just god awful. And so we'll see. I think he's going to still get at least one more shot at this one. And it is now official because Shefty is reporting it. ESPN has officially put it on their Twitter page. Jeff is the new head coach of Green Bay. So we will get into that a little bit more when we get into the coaches round. So the next game, and originally I was going to save this one for last because game-wise, I thought this was the best. But with the other news breaking out of Buffalo, we'll cover this one first. The game last night featured just, the Chicago looked like they're going to do it again. They're down 17-10. It's 4th and whatever it was from the 10. Caleb Williams goes basically back 25 yards, throws the ball off of his back foot, and somehow Cole Kmet comes down with it in the end zone. I don't know what the defender was doing on that play at all. And they tie it up at 17. And then, there's the controversy of the Adams. Was it a catch? Was it a fumble? And, that leads into the whole Buffalo-Denver game, which, again, we'll get into that. But needless to say, there were 3 different scenarios where you had this catch, maybe fumble scenario. And 2 of the calls, they were called fumbles. And one of them, it was called a catch, So it's all kind of, interesting of how these plays get determined. But the bottom line is LA then drives down the field. They kick the field goal in overtime after a bad throw by Caleb Williams on the interception, which, yes, DJ Moore does stop on the route on it. But I still the throw wasn't even necessary. It really wasn't there. So I don't know that would have been open anyway, but the interception comes back, and And again, this is where I think, did Ben Johnson go for it a few too many times? Because you think back, there were 3 different drives where they went for a 4th down, were successful. Any one of those drives, they were in field goal range, and Santos was making the field goals. It's not like he wasn't. So, maybe it's a learning experience for Ben Johnson. Maybe he'll get some of that, of that out of his system. I don't know, because that's just how he's always done it too since he's been there. But it was just definitely an interesting game. I felt bad for Chicago and for their fans because, man, I'll be honest, this was my bandwagon team, so it's kind of hard to watch. But at the same time, it was a great game, and now this sets up a fun one between Seattle and the Rams, which we'll dive into that a little bit later too. Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think 100% again with you on the you got to get the points, go for the field goals, and I love the snow. Perfect, it was great, but it wasn't too snowy. It was perfect to kick a field goal or 2. So I think, because I made that same complaint last week.
You did.
That the Bears, they lucked out. They got through it, but they could have really made it a lot closer before they had to come back like that. And then one of the things too, I mean, I thought it was just it was a big heavyweight battle between 2 really good defenses and really good offenses. So it was really fun to watch. It was a great NFL football game, I thought. Interesting at the end. I know it seems like every time they go to overtime now that you're winning the coin toss and you're kicking, kind of like they do in the beginning of the game. On this one, I think Chicago, I mean, they had that momentum going, and
I know
they were on the field. That Rams defense was on the field a long time.
Yep.
In that 4th quarter. Now, I think this is the one time when Ben Johnson kind of played it too safe. Like, okay, well, I'm going to kick off. And it seemed to work until the interception. But because the Rams really didn't get anything going, and they got the ball back in the interception. But, I mean, I would want to have Caleb and that team go right down the field and score 7 points.
Yeah, because I mean, what it was, the Rams basically had the ball for that one kneel down, and that was it. And before that, Chicago had the ball for a good 4 minutes of that on the end of that. So yeah, I do agree with you.
Before that too.
Yep. And I get it, because you're doing the whole, you want to know what you have to get before you get the possession, since there's now, each team gets a possession. But I agree with you. Momentum does matter. And I think that was an interesting decision for sure. So Sarah, what were your thoughts as we watched that game together? Because we did get to watch that one at the same time.
I think obviously the 2 highlights of the game would be the 4th quarter iconic touchdown throw pass from Caleb Williams to what's his name?
Komet.
Number 85. I just know it's number 85. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But that was iconic. And then of course in overtime, I think it was just kind of obviously ruined by the interception. I'm pretty sure that's gonna eat Caleb Williams up, keep him up at night for sure. But I feel like if you are a Bears fan or just like somebody, just even like on the team in general, you really can't be upset with losing that game. You lost in overtime in your divisional round, and with a first-year head coach. Like, I feel like that is a great start of a rebuild compared to other teams where, it's compared to Buffalo or Pittsburgh, where it's literally taking them years to get past a certain point. So I think you really can't be too disappointed with the turnout of this game. Chicago had a good run. I think they'll have maybe even a better run next year. It really depends. But, I mean, you can't really be too upset. Caleb Williams, he's still a great quarterback, just a terrible play. Every quarterback has one of those. And sometimes what happens with those kind of plays is you think about it, you're like, okay, well, cool, I messed up. And then you become better. So I think it's a learning point for sure.
I 100% agree with you on that. I think this will be a great learning experience for Caleb Williams in his first moment in this. You can kind of tell the difference between the two. You got Matt Stafford, who's been through this many times before, and you got Caleb Williams in his first. I do think it is the first of many for Chicago. There's no reason to believe that this team won't be back at all, next year. So I think that's well said. So that gets us to the last one, which was also an exciting one that also went to overtime. This one, Denver pulls out 33-30. we'll get into the Buffalo side of it in a little bit, because that will lead off our coaches fired section, obviously. So instead, I want to kind of focus more on the Denver side of it, because yes, Denver wins this game, but then of course the news of Bo Nix's injury on the last drive with the fractured ankle, which now means they're going to be going with one. Oops, hold on, I hit the wrong button there. Not yet there. I was trying to go back through my notes here. So that means, of course, that they will be going with the one and only Garrett Stedham in his 5th start ever. We'll get more into that as we get into it, but it's a big win for Denver, but at a huge cost. But again, this game was back and forth too, and was fun to watch as well. So, Scooter, what's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fun game to watch. I thought, Denver just played really good, and yeah, Buffalo. They gave up that many points because Buffalo's offense is that good, and let's be honest, Buffalo could have won that game if Josh Allen had a better game. Like it wasn't one of his finest performances, and that was unfortunate for him. But great on Denver. Here's another one where is Denver real? Like, can they make it? And that was another one where I felt they could make the AFC Championship game and get to the Super Bowl as well. So we have Denver, hosting New England. It's gonna be really fun. Jared Stidham, we'll see. He was the one-time possible Tom Brady replacement. There's been quite a few of them, but in New England. But it should be interesting next week. But Denver just took care of business. Buffalo, we'll get to them, I suppose.
Well, yeah, and I think it's a perfect segue for. Well, first, Sarah, what are your thoughts on it before we get into the segue?
Wow, crazy. You're very obsessed with this Coach Carey.
I know. I want to get to it.
Okay, well, I won't hold too much long. I mean, this game was so back and forth, and it kind of really proves, even like with last week with the Jacksonville game, that Buffalo very much survived on a limb already, I would fear. Because this game was exactly that. Obviously, they didn't survive. But it makes sense of why they did what they did. Of course, there's mixed feelings about it. For dinner, for Denver with what's next. I'm eating dinner, so I'm thinking about dinner. With Denver, with what's next. Bo Nix, it's extremely terrible. I don't know if anybody saw my comments on the Sunday Rise, but I was talking about how, like, with the Stanley Cup playoffs, you have, like, so many players that play through, like, terrible injuries. And football is obviously very different. A broken ankle is a broken ankle, although I'm pretty sure there's been several hockey players that played with it. But again, it's all different categories. I kind of sometimes wish hockey was kind of like football in this way, where play through it. But kudos, I guess. I don't know how it's really going to go for Denver. I would say their Super Bowl chances have now decreased. But maybe they might pull it off. I don't know much about their backup quarterback, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, we can get into that here for sure. But first, we'll get into these coaches changes. So, of course, the breaking news of today was that Sean McDermott is fired in Buffalo. And I know there's been a lot of heat on this one about, this particular game. And look, 9 years in Buffalo, the 4th time in the last 5 years that they exit in the divisional round. He went 98-50 in his 9 years, but 8-8 in the postseason. They are keeping their GM, so it's only McDermott that's losing it. And I agree that Allen did not have his best game, and that's part of what happened in this. But let's remember, too, the one fumble that he had at the end of the first half, that was as much on McDermott as it was on Allen, because they had no timeouts left. There's 18 seconds left in the half. Why are you throwing the ball at all? Take the knee, go into the half only down 7. Like 100%. That was the smart choice to make. And I don't know why they did it the way they did. And who knows? Maybe that decision is the one that got McDermott fired, because there's 3 points right there. And clearly Allen, I think it'll come out that Allen was playing through an injury, because he had some balls that were underthrown at the end that could have been. And then you have the whole, was it a catch, was it an interception thing? I think at real speed, I think the right call was made. But when you slow it down, which replay has the ability to do, there is a moment where it looks like he's got control of the ball and that knee is on the ground before the ball is ripped out of his hands. And we saw in other games where similar plays were called, where they're called as down by contact. And this one, the interception stood. So I get any Buffalo fan that has concerns about that. But the bottom line is, you gave up 33 points. Again, the defense doesn't do their job again. And I think this was the year. So I'm not shocked by this news, but I'm still just a little bit surprised. I thought with them beating Jacksonville that might be enough to save it, but maybe the way that they lost this game was it. Scooter, what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I totally agree with you again about people were looking at maybe McDermott gets fired before the postseason started. Like if he can't, if he loses first, but he took care of business the first round, and I thought that would, no matter what happens, that's good. But I kind of agree with, after 9 years, I think Pittsburgh's kind of going through the motions with the Steelers. Like maybe we should have moved on from, coach 4 or 5 years earlier, Mike Tomlin, who's a great coach, but at this point, he didn't win anything, after 4 years at this point. So you do get to the point where it's like, okay, when are we going to improve past this? We see it in hockey all the time. I mean, coaches they'll get to the finals. They'll get fired for not winning the whole thing because they're there to win the whole thing, and especially after a few years. So 9 years is a long time. Bean brought him in. The general manager brought him in when he was hired, so it was his guy, and it's his call to get him out. And it's not like it's not an untalented team. People bring up, there's not been Pro Bowlers and this and that. It's not. It's a talented team. It's a very talented team that could win the Super Bowl, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Again.
And you have to wonder. We'll get into the coach's hiring spot. Like this is probably now the one spot where any coach is going to want to go. I think because look, you've got the pieces there. You just gotta to be the guy that puts it, finalize it, and gets it put together, for sure. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on it?
Okay. So, you've seen people blaming Josh Allen and blaming defense. I would just say my iconic quote that my dad knows, it's 50-50. There's no other way to really describe it. Sure, you have a ton of turnovers and everything, but you gave up 30 points. It's typical. I mean, like Scooter was saying, talking about Pittsburgh and everything, these teams might just want new eras. This is a Sean McDermott, and then you had Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. Those were all eras of those teams. Sometimes those eras obviously have to run out. You can't constantly depend on it, especially if it keeps giving you the same result each time. Buffalo would always lose, whatever. And, I mean, I talked about it with Caleb Williams. This was Josh Allen's also moment, to kind of show, hey, it's not just about Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow. This is completely different against a rookie, kind of sort of rookie quarterback. There shouldn't have been really much to stop them per se. I mean, obviously Denver's great defense-wise, offense-wise, they're the number one seed, but there's so many excuses for Buffalo, and sometimes you just get tired of the excuses. So cut out everything, start new, start fresh with a new coach. I mean, I get it. It happens. But I'm sure McDermott will find a place elsewhere for sure, comfortably, but we'll see.
See, I want that excuses thing too. That's true. I mean, we saw Sean McDermott after that football game.
Mm-hmm.
He just went off on,
yeah, exactly. You can't do that. You have to take accountability for these sort of things. Yeah. You can't just blame on everything else. Be like, oh, well, this wasn't right. The temperature wasn't 72 degrees.
Yeah.
No,
that might have cooked them too. You're right.
And yes, and Maddie, you are right. That was a catch. It went all the way through. It was he didn't follow through with the catch. And it was
Right.
intercepted. Excuse me. It was intercepted. He did not catch it. It was intercepted. And then Buffalo lucked out too, because there's a major holding call missed inside of the end zone, which
It was.
should have been a safety. The game should have been over. So, I mean, there are bad calls that are bad calls. They get missed.
Yep.
Then there's some calls that went okay. So the NFL, they went a little too quick on that, but which they should have held off a little, made
Just
sure.
Even just for the look of it, right? Just
Yeah,
to say,
exactly.
hey, yeah, you're like, Colorado just scores to make it 2-1, by the way, just because I'm watching that one live, so I can see that one. I know we got some Cavs fans out there, so that's probably bad news. So here's a good question that the correspondent brings up: does McDermott get another head coach job in this cycle? I know what my answer to that is, but Scooter, what's your answer?
Maybe, but he could. He certainly deserves a shot. Definitely. I mean, it's not a bad coach. I think he's a very good coach. But I don't know in this round. And if I'm him, maybe you wait around. Yeah, maybe you wait till next year. He may be a defensive coordinator candidate too out there too.
Sarah, what do you think? Yes or no? He gets a job in this cycle.
He does.
I agree.
Maybe he won't be head coach. I could see obviously maybe trying to go off.
I will be honest, as a Raider fan, if the Raiders go and get McDermott tomorrow, I would be 100% okay with that, because you know what? I'll gladly take 5 years of making the playoffs, because my team has sucked for so goddamn long.
Okay,
like that is a welcome improvement.
But then you're gonna get of it. No, I know how this is gonna go.
For 5 years, he'll like look, and I'll give a perfect example, like Rod Brindamore with our Carolina Hurricanes. Like he's gone through this now, where before him, the Hurricanes sucked. Now they've established this. So now, yes, Rod Brind'Amore's got to get over the hump and win and get at least to a cup final. I think that pressure is on him, and that pressure would be on McDermott in Las Vegas too at some point in time. But I'll just take a coach that gets them into the damn playoffs to start like that. So I think all these teams that have an opening are calling him, just like they did Harbaugh. So that's my answer to that question. And the other guy that also got fired this week was Mike Tomlin. So another long-term work goes out. This one, he was just, he still seems like he's there, but he's resigned from the head coach. 19 years at Pittsburgh, never had a losing season, made the playoffs 13 years, 193, 114-2, but 8-12 in the postseason. And the key one, he's not won a postseason game since their Super Bowl appearance in 2016. I think he knew the writing was on the wall, and this one makes sense. But I'll say this for a Baltimore Buffalo, and this is why I told Jared, my son, who's a huge Steeler fan, be careful what you wish for, because you might want it back once it's gone. And we'll see for all three of these teams, is this move the right move for these three teams that have been good teams, made the playoffs, but haven't gotten into the game? And is this coaching move going to help any one of these three teams? And that I'm not sure of. Scooter, what's your thoughts on Tomlin being added to the list?
Well, I think when it comes to these two, if Buffalo, if they get a new coach and it fails, then you can really be like, Buffalo didn't maybe they did the wrong thing. Now Tomlin, I think the time expired. The time is over. And while officially he still has a contract and they could trade him, and I guess that's the smartest move. I mean, if you're Tomlin, maybe I take a seat for a year, hang out.
Yeah.
Maybe get a good NFL network gig.
I agree. I think he's going to sit out for at least. I think he is going to sit out till the next round of this happens, but we'll see how that all plays out. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on Tomlin?
It just goes into the different eras I was talking about. You obviously get tired of certain things. I mean, it's hard to describe, I would think. I mean, I'm sure some teams are trying to call him right now to see if he wants anything, but I can see how nothing is really catching his eye at the moment. I do kind of think maybe some sort of triangle effect is going to happen, because Harbaugh went to New York. I know this is crazy. Obviously, it's not very far from Baltimore. So I'm thinking maybe they're all just going to trade places with each other. It's going to be some sort of juggling off. I don't know. That maybe just because it's all kind of up there in the New England part. That's just kind of my theory, is they're just going to juggle around with those three coaches. But I I don't know. It's a crazy theory, but
Yeah, there's a chance we will see that. So that takes us to the other side of this, and we have had some of these openings get filled. The first one, of course, was Harbaugh going to the Giants. I think like we talked about last week a little bit, that where once Harbaugh decides where he was going to go, that some of these other spots will start to fill in. I think Harbaugh was going to be the first piece. And look, I get it. You got an exciting quarterback in Dart. You got an exciting receiver in Neighbors. You got Scattaboo. Like there are pieces there for the Giants that would be intriguing for a guy. So I get it, and you're in New York too, so he stays on the East Coast. I think it's a good hire. I think it's a good spot for him, and we'll see how it goes. Scooter, what are your thoughts on Harbaugh to the Giants?
Well, this is great for the Giants because John Harbaugh could deal with the pressure of the New York media. Those guys are relentless. And I mean, a Tom Coughlin can handle that. A Bill Parcells can handle that. These other guys couldn't. Harbaugh can handle that. And that's why he's there. And he'll take care of business. The New York Giants will become good again, as long as he and Schoen, the general manager, can have a good relationship, because it kind of sounds like that's why there is a 5-6 day delay in getting this thing done. Harbaugh wanted more control. He didn't want to be told what to do by Schoen all the time. Yeah, but I get it, because John Harbaugh, he has street cred. It's like if Mike Tomlin goes somewhere, he can go in. He's got street cred. These guys can go in there and make these moves, but it takes a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Sarah, what are your thoughts on Harbaugh to the Giants?
I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, maybe I hate it a little bit because like we could have had a Las Vegas moment, but I mean, who knows what train we're riding at that point. But I mean, I think it's definitely fitting. New York has some good pieces. I mean, we can't lie. Jackson Dart, I think he is a good quarterback. He just needs better pieces around him. And wait, where did I? Oh, really?
I think that counts. You said
okay.
hey.
I wasn't even fully aware. Okay. But no, so New York has good pieces. I think with a new coach, it can definitely help them figure out how to put those pieces together. But it'll definitely be interesting. I'm definitely intrigued to their next season.
I agree. We'll see how it goes, but I think it is a good hire. Then this one, it was a little bit more surprising to me. Kevin Stefanski to Atlanta, so he leaves Cleveland for Atlanta. He is an offensive-minded coach, and again, you got some good offensive pieces here with Penix if he's healthy, and then of course Bejan, and then London as the wide receiver, and maybe he can unlock Kyle Pitts, because there's one thing for sure Stefanski has had success with, and that is making tight ends very good in Cleveland. David Njoku, and then the new guy. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? Because I had him on my fantasy team.
London?
And no, the tight end for Cleveland, and I'm drawing.
Oh, yeah, Njoku, and yeah, I know.
And the rookie kid, and I'm drawing a complete blank on him. But anyway, I'm sure he'll pop in my head here one point in time. But I think it's an okay move. Yeah, where is he when we need him? But I'll look it up because he's on my fantasy team, so I'll find him. But this one's an interesting one for sure. So Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I think it's a steal for Atlanta because Kevin Stefanski he's a really good offensive coach, and he's a really good offensive, almost a genius, if you will. And he was stuck on a team called the Cleveland Browns, which
Harold
is always
Fannin.
a problem.
There's the name. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. Fannin. Yeah. And being stuck on the Browns. And remember, he was stuck on the Browns, and they did that horrible deal to get Watson. So they lost all this money they could have used elsewhere. Well, he sat, and when he played, he stunk, and then he doesn't play again because of his Achilles. And he did that twice, I think, to the same one. And but Stefanski won 2 coaches of the year.
He did.
In that slaughterhouse out there. So Matt Ryan probably down in Atlanta says, this is the guy I want. I mean, look what he did in Cleveland, and that's a S show. So he's going to come down here, and their ownership is well less crazy. I mean, it's getting older, but Arthur Blank. But it's a good move for Atlanta. They're already almost there.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said there on that one. Sarah, what's your thoughts?
Is it weird to say I don't really care about this one?
No, that's
Like,
fine for you to say.
Not weird at all.
Like, one, the guys from Cleveland, and then two, Atlanta's in the NFC South, and I'm trying to do my home duties of cheering for the Panthers. So honestly, I wish them the absolute worst. I don't know. I mean, Atlanta already got clowned enough when they picked up. Oh my God! Now why am I dipping out on Kirk Cousins? When they picked up Kirk Cousins and then they drafted another quarterback, that was a very interesting move. Obviously, it doesn't have nothing to really do with their head coach, but Cleveland kind of did the exact same thing with doing whatever they wanted to do with their quarterback extravaganza. So to be honest, maybe it's a good fit. I'm not really sure. But at the same time, I don't really care.
Okay, well there we have
Atlanta's
it.
did get rid of that GM also, so he's not there any longer. And,
yeah.
So there's and they, I mean, I think Atlanta right now goes to with Stefanski right there and the pieces they have and what Matt Ryan or whoever the general manager is going to be. If they add to it, I mean, they could be one of the sleepers next year. Yeah. No, I mean, Penix, I don't know. They might need to really actually worry about a quarterback again because I don't know. Penix, that's just bad knee stuff going on there.
Yeah.
And Kirk Cousins, I mean, let's not forget that he was drafted a few rounds after RG3.
Although, in fairness to Kirk Cousins, he did win like those 3 games that he played at the end. I mean, he did look decent. And then the correspondent throwing in here that Pitts is a free agent, which I totally forgot that. Yes, he is a free agent, so they'd have to re-sign him, which would be interesting to see where he goes and if that happens or not. So we'll see how that one plays out, and then. As Anthony broke for us earlier on the show, Jeff Hafley is to Miami, was the Green Bay defensive coordinator. This was just happened just before the show went live. So I'll be honest, I have not done any real research on the guy to give any real stats, but Miami is off the clock now too, as far as with their coach being hired. So Scooter, you got any thoughts on him?
Yeah, Hafley used to be for several years. He was I mean, he's younger. He was the head coach of Boston College. I mean, they were under 500, I think, with him there. But he's really defensively, he's a really good defensive mind. And I think that's good. I mean, while Miami has all this offensive talent, I think that they need a guy, who can talk to some of the younger guys.
New quarterback.
But he's going to be tough. And they're going to be more of an emphasis on defense down there, which is smart, I think. Because the offense, you don't know what they're going to do yet. So worry about the defense first.
It's always funny when you have these teams, where they go from they have an offensive minded guy and then it doesn't work, and then they go to a defensive minded guy, and then or you have the teams that do the opposite. They have a defensive minded guy, their offense kind of sucks, so then they go to the offensive minded guy. Like, it's always interesting how you have that ebb and flow of these coaches' decisions. I think that's what this one is here, but we'll see. I mean, I don't, it's a new guy, so it's his first chance as a head coach at the NFL level. And on those ones, given the benefit of the doubt, I did hear Sarah do the quarterback, and I think she's right on the money there. Like, I think Tua clearly is not, but they do have Ewers who played the last few games. Maybe they give him the shot. So Sarah, did you have anything else you wanted to add on this one, or?
No, like I said, I feel like they should still keep going with the offense because I mean, I've already said my piece about the quarterback. But there is still a lot to fix, I fear. But maybe I don't know much about Hafley other than where he's from, but maybe he has a good balance of both. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I always liked Miami. Like, I liked when they were doing good that one year, and then now they died. So, I mean, like, I like when they do good, but I just don't expect it anymore.
And let's not look at it like the fact that he's a defensive coordinator coming in to be the head coach, and it's going to be just defense. I mean,
I know. I'm just saying, like, what he knows.
Right.
Although Green Bay's defense was
Up and down.
But if you look at Sean McDermott, I mean, Sean McDermott's offenses score like crazy.
Yeah.
And he's a defensive guy.
True.
Like Brian Billick was an offensive guy. He goes to the Ravens, and they have one of the greatest defenses in the history of the league.
Also true. We'll see how that all plays out. So there's the up-to-date coaches. So now let's get into the matchup.
I would like to say one thing about with Buffalo real quick. I'm sorry, is that they got their offense coordinator Brady, who's already interviewed for several people. I wouldn't be surprised if he interviews with Buffalo and gets a hefty raise and becomes their head coach. Not a shock, but it's all.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. Then you get into, okay, well, if you're blaming the head coach, can you really hire one of his assistants? Because that's what I saw with Cleveland, because Cleveland's interviewed their 2 assistant coaches. I'm like, okay, well, if the problem was Stefanski, then how then is the solution one of his assistant coaches? So, but we'll see. I think you could be right.
Brady is actually, I mean, he's done really awesome there.
Agreed.
And that's not been a problem. The offense has not been a problem. Neither is defense, really.
Yep. So now we get into our conference championship matchups. The first one is at 3:00 on CBS. This one is interesting to me because I honestly still think we had the Bo Nix injury. We've already mentioned, of course, who's going to be playing in this one. It's going to be Garrett Stidham making his 5th start ever, his first since 2003. He's never played in a playoff game. Can Sean Payton get him ready? Or does Denver try to bring somebody in real quick? I don't know who you can bring in and have them start when they don't know the playbook or anything like that. And then you have New England, who, let's be honest, didn't play necessarily great against Houston. They had 3 turnovers themselves. And if they turn over the ball like that against Denver, I think Denver's still going to be in this game. So I'm still going to take Denver at home. I just think for some reason, Sean Payton will have him play good enough. And that's all they need. I think they're going to lean heavily more on Harvey now and run the ball and control the ball and control the clock and keep May off the field and let that defense do what they do best. So I'm still going to take Denver in this one. Scooter, who do you got?
Well, since they lost Nix, I got to go with New England right now, just for me personally. But let's not the Stidham thing. Okay, it's not like he's like this younger kid who's like he hasn't played a lot. But It's not like he's this 24, 20. He'll be 30 in August. He's been around the league for a while. And that's one of those things that you stick around the league, you get your chance. You never know. So you never know. But I don't think that they changed their game plan immensely, except with a little, I think you see a little more RJ Harvey. And then I think you might see a little bit more of him catching balls, too, out of the backfield. But as far as it is, I think New England, they have a chance to plow Denver out of there.
I like that. Plow, snow possibility. Good one there. I don't know if you meant to do that or not, but I like it.
I didn't, but it just goes.
Sarah, who you like?
She didn't like any of them. She wants a tie.
Is she frozen again? It appears that she's frozen because she's
smiling.
Not moved. Yeah, she's at least smiling frozen, so that's good. So, all right, well, we'll see if she comes back to us here in a little bit. So,
wait.
Maybe.
Am I back?
Are you there? Yes, you're back.
Okay.
New England, Denver. Who you got?
I want Denver to win. I'm so terrified with Bo Nix's injury that I just have maybe a little bit more confidence in England's game, especially over Houston. But
Happened again. All right. So it sounds like I think she's going.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
okay.
You came back. Go quick.
Okay. Where was I even at?
You said you want Denver to win, but you think New England, and then you lost it.
Oh, okay. I want to trust that without Bo Nix, they will be fine. I just have a little bit more confidence in New England's game right now, I would fear. Drake May, let's be honest. It's in the name, okay? It's in the name. But it's all over the place. I would say New England as of right now. Of course, I would have to see how this Stidham guy plays to really know, but I wouldn't shy away. I wouldn't push away the fact that Denver could totally come back because I mean they were very resilient against Buffalo. So I could see being 50-50, but I just trust New England a little bit more since Denver did lose a star player.
There we go. I was like, okay, well, which one you picking? There we go. We finally got it out of it. So you got
Sorry.
the Patriots. All right, then the 6:30 game on Fox. We have the Rams in Seattle. They split the regular season. Both games were extremely close. The Rams went at home 21-19. Then Seattle had that crazy comeback to win 38-37 in overtime. Darnold did throw 4 interceptions in their first matchup. Seattle finally, remember, they have Kenneth Walker, and of course with the unfortunate accident to Zach Charbonnet, that's going to mean they're going to have to lean more and more heavy on Walker. So this one is my toss-up. I think you could make an argument for either team winning this game. I think in the end, I'm going to take Seattle just because they're at home, and that 12th man does matter at times in those crucial moments. But my only caveat to that is I don't know, Sam Darnold could Sam Darnold at any point in time in the playoffs. And if he's Sam Darnold's, then I clearly like the Rams. So he did Sam Darnold in the first team, and they still almost won. And that's my hope for Seattle fans, is that you can still pull it out. So Scooter, who do you got?
Yeah, I mean, Seattle's 6-2 at home. It seems like that 12th man thing is back, and they look pretty good the last week. But I mean, the Rams are a really good team. They're real tough. Is Seattle going to make Matthew Stafford look old? Is that defense going to make him look old, which is the big question? Don't know yet, but I like Seattle against the Rams right now. But that could change, but right now I do.
Bad news for you, the Caps fans. Colorado just makes it 3-1.
It's
Sarah,
not 3-2.
Oh, geez, I must be behind then. So that's a quick goal back. So Showtime, what do you got?
Don't get me wrong. Seattle played an amazing game. Obviously, murdered San Francisco. Of course, they were playing against a very injured San Francisco. And then LA, they were playing against Chicago. There's no way to really describe Chicago. It's just Chicago. I would say that LA is the team to beat. And I don't really know how to explain it that well, other than the fact it's just, I think they did just, Seattle played an easy game, if that makes sense. Seattle had it a little too easy, and I don't think LA is going to give them that kind of battle. LA's obviously going to fight for it, They kept it very close with Chicago. I think a lot of their defensive and offensive parts will kind of keep it a tight game. But I'm thinking, oh my God, what number even was that? A Super Bowl? What year was it? Oh my God. The 2019. I don't remember what year that was, but I'm thinking a 2019 Super Bowl rematch.
Ah, yes, the most boring Super Bowl ever.
Okay, but it's gonna go different.
What was it, like 13-3 or 13-3?
13-3.
Yeah,
New England
something
won.
like that. Yeah, that one was so. All right, so there we have our predictions. Anything else on the NFL side before we wrapped up? Yeah, so my feed's got to be 60 minutes behind because there was the I just saw the Frank goal to make it 3-2. So I'm like 60 seconds behind you somehow, Scooter, on my feed, I guess. So
it's okay.
Back and forth we go. All right, so that is the NFL side of it. Then, of course, there is the big game tonight. This game is at 7:30 on ESPN. You have the number 1 seed Indiana against the number 10 seed Miami. Sarah, I'm going to let you start because I think from last week we had the idea that you are picking Indiana in a blowout. Has anything changed from the last episode to this one to change your mind that Miami can make this a game?
Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. Miami is not prepared for this at all. I don't care. We already talked about the battle of should they even be in there? They should be in there. Don't get me wrong, but talent is talent. We're talent. Oh my God. Am I back? Okay.
Yeah, you're here. You're here.
I think I'm back. I don't even know.
You haven't been off. You're good.
Okay. It scared me for a second. I saw loadings. Miami should be here. Don't get me wrong. But Indiana is different. Indiana is literally built different, I fear. And I could still see it being like a slow to start game. Like Miami is going to be in the game maybe during the first half. Second half, though, Indiana runs away with it. That's just how I feel. I can't really. I'm trying to think. Let me give you a score. We'll make it a little bit. I'm thinking like 42-17.
Okay. Scooter, what do you got?
Well, if I'm right, I've seen Indiana usually takes care of business earlier in games than later. And I mean, it's such a talented, really good, awesomely coached football team. They have everything going for them. Now, if they can get a few turnovers and they score off of those turnovers, like touchdowns as opposed to field goals, they have a chance to stay in the game. But Indiana is just so powerful. But I mean, Indiana, there's a chance it's like 45-15, that kind of thing. And I think it could be early, like 30-3 early, that kind of.
I know Indiana's gotten off to these hot starts early in the first two games, and is it possible they can do that again? Yes, 100%. But I think Miami's defense is going to keep them in this game.
That's the key.
Their defense has played. Look, like they Ohio State. Everyone thought that Ohio State was just going to roll all over Miami. That didn't happen, And now, granted, yes, Ole Miss was able to put up points against Miami, but they were able to match them. So I think this game is going to come down to Miami's defensive line against that Indiana offensive line. And if Indiana is able to control that line of scrimmage, then yes, I do think it can be a blowout. But I think Miami's defense is going to have their moments in this game, just because they show. And while yes, I 100% expect there to be a lot of red in the building still tonight, but this still is a game in Miami. Like Miami's going to have a clear home field advantage in this game a little bit. Like I think it's going to be probably 60-40 still, because
I probably know 15 people who are U fans going to that game tonight.
Right. So I'm sure they got their hands on the tickets, and I'm sure that they are going to be in there, and that's going to help Miami. Like there's just no doubt about it. But Indiana did go into Oregon, a very loud place, and did just fine. But I think that's going to be enough to keep Miami in this game. I do think Indiana gets the win. It's going to be more interesting to me, obviously, is how does Mendoza play in this game, because the last I heard, I think Mark Davis has about a contingent of 6 people that are going to be at this game live watching it, and we all know why. So we'll see how that all plays out. We'll get more into the draft stuff later, obviously, as we get to it. So I'm going to take Indiana as well, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think this has like a 30-24 feel to me. And there we have it. So that's our football stuff. Anything on either the NFL or college before we wrap it up with a bow?
Well, some people don't realize it are the Mendoza brothers. They weren't born down in Miami, but they went to high school in Miami. So it's their people too. So
yep.
It's going to be one of those things. It's like a homecoming.
Yep, it'll be fun to watch for sure. I think it's going to be a good game. So, all right, let's get into a little bit of hockey stuff before we wrap this show up here tonight, because we do have pretenders contenders coming on later, and they've got the time crunch with the game starting at 7:30. So, a little bit of hockey news. There was a couple trades that we do want to go over. The bigger one was this one here. Rasmus Andersson goes from Calgary, and we talked about this last week, where I think you are going to see these pre-Olympic trades happening, and that's what we're seeing happen. Is a couple of these teams are starting to make these moves beforehand. And this was one of them. Rasmus Andersson gets traded to Vegas from Calgary for Zach Whitecloud, a 2027 first round and 2028 second round. Some of those are conditional, depending on if Vegas wins the Cups or not. And they also trade a prospect in Abram Wybe that's playing for North Dakota right now. Andersson's a skilled D, set to be a UVA after this year, but he can play the power play, which Vegas does need help with. He played with Noah Hannafin before he went to Vegas. I imagine those two are going to match back up together again. Whitecloud's a solid D that goes back to Vegas. He's actually been with Vegas since they started in 17-18, so they lose one of those original Vegas connections. But overall, I think this is what Vegas does when they know that they need a spot. They're not afraid to go out and make the deal, and that's what they did here. Scooter, what are your thoughts on the trade?
Yeah, I think it's great for both teams. Vegas gets a little stronger. Calgary, they weren't going to re-sign him anyways. They're probably not going to make the playoffs, most likely. And they get a first and a second round, maybe even a first and a first. It'll be a higher draft pick, but hey, you're getting some good, you're going to get some good talent out of that trade.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm kind of surprised that they got that much for him for a pending UVA, but hey, that's what they set the standard, so to speak, for this one. Sarah, what are your thoughts on this one?
Kudos to White Cloud for escaping Vegas. I'm so sorry for Anderson that he has to go into Vegas. I
Jeez.
have
Ouch.
okay, but it goes back because why Carter Hart is injured right now, but like just associating that team, you're talking about, oh yeah, if they want to make a move, they're gonna get it. Yeah, they do, but it sometimes is not exactly the best move because why is this guy on the team? He shouldn't be on a team in general. He should not have a career. But I mean, that's just my fair opinion. Of anybody involved, whatever case is going on. But life isn't like that. So, womp womp. It's a good deal. It is. Just putting aside my bias, it is a good deal. Anderson is a phenomenal defenseman. Kind of hasn't maybe played well. I mean, Calgary's still in the picture, I would say, but they're not, I think, where they want to be. So I think trying to go after getting some more like with their picks and getting White Cloud, I think can definitely help them from it. But I can definitely see it being beneficial for sure. Oh my god, that was a lot.
There you go. Well, and you somehow did that without saying that you hate Vegas. I was waiting for it, and you never said.
Waiting.
But you didn't do it.
I feel like it's pretty solid.
But those are the rules. You gotta say it. So this one happened earlier today. Kiefer Sherwood goes from Vancouver to San Jose for Cole Clayton, which is a throw-in player who is basically never played in the NHL. He's an AHL guy. They get 2 second rounds, 1 in 26 and 1 in 27. So again, a pretty good return for Sherwood, who's a pending UVA, who does have 44 points, should add some help to the Sharks on that third line spot, which they they got the young talented core with Cerebrini, but they do lack the depth, and this adds a good solid player to go into that mix. So I do like the deal for San Jose, and hey, they're in a wild card spot right now. So I like that they're showing some, instead of being sellers like they have been the last 2 years, they're actually making a move to try to make this a run this year. And in the West, I think it's wide open to get in after those top 3 demon teams that are up top of it, obviously with Minnesota and then Dallas and Colorado. So Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I mean, good for Vancouver. They're the worst team in the league. They're going to most likely finish last at the end of the season. And the Sharks may not make I mean, they're in the playoffs, but there's a chance, a 50-50 chance. There's a 50-50 chance that they don't make the playoffs. So that even helps Vancouver even a little more, the draft pick wise. But I mean, good for the Sharks, I guess. Sherwood's a good player, but yeah, I think Vancouver did better.
Okay, I like that. Showtime, what do you thought on this one?
I didn't really even know who Sherwood was, so there's not much I can say about this.
I named a forest after him.
I don't think. I think he was I'm not sure, but it seems like a good move. I mean, Sharks are obviously doing something, and Vancouver is probably just trying to go in for Gavin McKenna. So I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, that could be.
That's how I see it. It's just Vancouver's just settling for Gavin McKenna. That's what their goal is out of the season, just getting Gavin McKenna.
And Peeve is taking Chester's spot here as being the show cat now. So he's the new office manager, and he's going to be the new cat for the show up here. So he's hired for the spot. So an interesting. We heard Chris Drury, who is the GM of the Rangers, basically say, yeah, it's going to be, you're going to see some guys go. So it seems like the New York Rangers are waving the flag. Which, yes, this season has been a disappointment for them. Shesterkin is out for a bit of time. Jonathan Quick has not been good. They had to bring in Spencer Martin, and he's not relived to his days with the Canes where he had some solid performances for the Carolina so far. It sounds like Trocheck may be gone, Panarin, but Panarin does have a no trade clause, so he's got to kind of agree to go somewhere, but he's a UVA pending. So Scooter, do you think is this so? Are the Rangers actually going to be getting rid of some players, and are they trying to suck for McKenna as well?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, they're not going to suck as bad, I think, as Vancouver is, because I think they're actually like 12 points better than Vancouver is.
Right.
But they are the Rangers are the worst team in the conference.
But remember, NHL does do a draft lottery, and
they do a draft lottery, and you never know.
Could
Yep.
the Rangers somehow magically win this, just like Pittsburgh somehow got Sidney Crosby, and like I could see that kind of happening.
And you better get used to that. The Hartford Wolfpack players playing in the Madison Square Garden, because they're going to be the New York Wolfpack for the next rest of the year, and it should be surprising. I think they're going to do pretty bad now, so there's a chance they win like 10 more games this year.
Why do they have to go? Or is there something wrong with the Hartford Arena or something? Or
no, the Hartford Wolfpack is their AHL team.
Oh, I got you now. I thought
it's just going to be a whole bunch of Wolfpack.
I thought the Hartford was having to play in New York for some reason, because there's an issue with wherever the Wolfpack play. So you're making me nervous.
But the Hartford, they already had a roof collapse once.
Yes. Now I'm following you. So there we go. Got a Hartford. Now it's tied at 1. There we go. So,
but it makes sense though. Obviously, yes. Brewery's going to bring up a whole bunch of the Wolfpack players, and they're going to lose a bunch of games. Now maybe they don't. But he's going to give his young guys a little shot at the pros.
And then, of course, a game later tonight down in Florida. San Jose goes down to Florida, and one Matthew Tkachuk is back. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on Matthew Tkachuk being back?
Is this what you want? Is this what we're going for? I don't care. Okay, I hate that guy. Okay. To even talk about this in the spectrum, can we talk about the curse? Can we talk about the curse? Is that too much? The curse that we speculated over sports.
If you want to go for it, you can. Yes, you can talk.
Okay, Scooter. So I'm pretty sure you're aware of this, but after each sports team show their medals or their trophies or their cups to Trump, usually something absolutely terrible happens to them afterwards. The Florida Panthers, obviously just showed their cup to Donald Trump and oh, we won. And then Matthew Tkachuk says, oh, well, meeting you, Trump did all. Shut up. No, that's cringe. Whatever. And then they lose 9-1 to the Carolina Hurricanes. You're telling me that is not ironic? You're telling me that there's not some sort of scientific theory that
I can counter that though. I can counter that.
No, don't counter it.
The Florida Panthers went to the White House last year with the same trophy.
That's true.
I'm just saying, and they wore the same ties that some people don't like, but they won the whole thing. So I'm just saying.
I do want to see. I know where she's going. It was a funny tweet by Sarah Sivian, which, by the way, if you're a hockey fan and you don't follow Sarah Sivian on Twitter, she's a great follow, by the way. But she posted it, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find it yet. But if I find it, I find it. But I don't want to row tie it. But it was an outline of teams that have done something with for Trump, and then how they've not had good luck after doing that, which it was funny. I found it humorous. So I was trying to
Gotta have fun with it.
Yes, exactly.
Not having fun with the politics,
Hold on here. I'm going to find it. Damn it. Hold on. Okay. Here it is. So he says, U.S. lost the Four Nations after a call with Trump. Lost the Ryder Cup after Keegan Bradley did the Trump dance. Team USA welcomed him with open arms, and the Panthers lost 9-1 in their first game after this. Guy might be worse luck than Drake. I mean, that's funny.
Yeah, that is.
that was her bit. So it was good.
That's good. I like it. I just have a counter. There is one the big counter there, but yeah, I get it.
Right. It's all in good
fun.
But
so that means that he's 1 out of what, 3? That's no. I take these chances, and my chances are that this guy There's some sort of voodoo shit
Curse.
going on, and it's just ironic. And of course, as a Canes fan, I'm smiling about it because we beat the Panthers 9-1. Now, will we do that in the playoffs? No. But take it how it is, you know.
Kachuk is back. Kachuk. Again, even my brother, that's one of his favorite players. Is Kachuk. And he always says it sounds like a lieutenant with the Klingons. Lieutenant Kachuk.
Wait, who do they play again?
They play San Jose tonight.
Today is a good day to die.
I have to look. Who can injure?
All right, so let's start wrapping this bad boy up here. So we will have a show, of course, next week on January 26th. We're going to recap the NFL Championship weekend. I was going to get into this originally. We had this scheduled for today, but then with the breaking news with McDermott, I knew that was going to take up some time, and so I knew that this was going to. I want to get into a little bit more detail. The contracts that Kyle Tucker and Bo Bichette signed this week. Not as much what it does for 2026, but in case you hadn't heard, Kyle Tucker signs a $60 million deal with the Dodgers. Bo Bichette signs a very hefty deal with the New York Mets. So my point is going to be, what does this mean for 2027? And I don't think it's good news, but I want to take some time and dive into that. So we'll save that for next week's show. Scooter had some news about some changes that NASCAR is making, and same thing with that. I didn't want to just gloss over it. So we'll save that for next week and let Scooter dive into that. It sounds like he thinks that they're good changes. So we'll get more into that next week. And then, of course, our big Olympic hockey preview show is going to be February 2nd. We will break down the women's draw. We'll break down the men's draw. We'll give you our medal predictions. So, this is going to be the best hockey tournament that we've had in a good decade. Now, the only thing that would make it better is if Russia was playing in it. From the purely hockey side of it, I get why Russia isn't playing in this tournament. I'm 100% on board with it. But from the hockey side of it, this would be amazing if Russia was in it, but they're not, and I get it. We'll dive into that a little bit more too when we talk about that. But we are going to do the women's side and the men's side, because the women's side is going to be just as exciting. It's going to be great hockey. And as the crowd from the PWHL game showed you in Washington, they drew a record crowd. The women's hockey is soaring attendance-wise with the PWHL. Like, they're doing these games in other cities, and they are just doing amazing. So something to keep an eye on too. And I do at least now have a date for my legalized gambling show. We're going to do that on March 2nd. Breaking it down, I have a date for it because we'll be through all the Olympic stuff by then, and that's kind of just before March Madness really gets going. So I think that's going to be the episode where we can kind of get into that. The NFL will be over with, college football will be over with, so we can dive into that. And it's before really, baseball doesn't even get going yet. So I have a date set for it. So there it is. The March 2nd will finally be the legalized gambling.
I'm going to be in Palm Beach Gardens down there at that time, and I'm going to hopefully try to hit up some games. So hopefully I can hit you guys with some palm trees behind me.
Oh, there you go. That'd be fun. So that is our down the road as far as what we got coming up on the show. Of course, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. You watch us on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, now on YouTube, we're available 24/7, where you can go back and watch any show when you want on demand. But you can also listen to us on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Castbox, and Odyssey. Those are available the next day. So you can actually listen to Drive Time while you're driving, if that's what you would prefer to do. And then, of course, we have all of our shows. So coming up tonight, Pretenders and Contenders will be on at 7. Then tomorrow, we got 2 shows, Unapologetic Sports at 6:30. Yours truly might be joining them for a bit at 7 o'clock on the show tomorrow. So they asked me to come on. I'm looking forward to going on with them because they are fun. It's a great show. If you haven't watched it yet, Unapologetic, they're just that. They don't care. They focus a lot on football, but they give some hot takes, and it's fun. Tuesday Night Flight, of course, then will be after that. KG, Midnight Rider, and the Gentleman Jack usually on there. Sometimes it just depends on who's out on assignment. Then our NBA and college basketball, Nothing But Net, is on Wednesdays at 7:30. Then you got the Passenger Seat following that at 8 o'clock. The Thursday Night Throwdown with the guys at 7:15. The Gridiron, the greatest fictitious show on 11 a.m. where they break down the league that everyone's in. The WrestleManiacs at 9. And then the Sunday Morning Rise will get you ready for your Sunday football action on the weekend on Sunday. So there you have it, folks. A lot going on. So it's that time where I throw it to you guys. Scooter, anything you want to add as we say bye-bye?
I do. It's important to add that I'd like to wish a big happy birthday to our good pal Ben Conchi, the Midnight Rider. He turned 77 today, so happy 77th birthday, Ben. I've only known you for a few years. I mean, you're like 30 years older than me, but keep it up. Love you and thank you.
Speaking of Midnight Rider, if you did not catch the Sunday morning rise yesterday, Midnight Rider was solid gold on that one with his references about being second to Jesus, and with it being his birthday coming up, like just hysterical. So if you didn't watch it, go back and watch it, because it was Sarah and I were cracking up at him when we were watching it, making breakfast yesterday morning. So it was good stuff for sure. So yes, happy birthday, Midnight Rider. I'm sure you will be in full celebration mode with probably some type of mixed drink in your hand when you're on with the coach here in a little bit. So we'll have to see what his drink of choice is tonight. So Sarah, what do you got?
Happy birthday.
Okay, there you go. Well said. So
she's a lady of few words, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, that's right. It's no, you got to win the game to win the game, but we'll just go with the happy birthday today. So that works for me. So I don't have much to add. Just enjoy the game tonight, everybody. It should be hopefully a good one. Enjoy the football next week. Get ready for some incredible hockey here, just a few weeks away. I think right now, with everything else that's going on, we sometimes need sports to be that little getaway moment. And so that's what we try to do here, is just have some fun. And so with that being said, make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them, because tomorrow is not guaranteed. Give them a hug. But if you are here with us, hopefully you'll be here with us again next week. So until then, we say bye-bye, adios, and all that good stuff. The you. I was waiting to see what you're gonna do. So boo the you. All right. Take care, everyone. Have a good one.
You can't do an I. I.
Yeah, that's it. I you.
I'm like, no, it's a T, it's an I. I'm going crazy over here. Turn it off.
No OHIO anymore, that's for sure. All right.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to this week's edition of the Pretenders or Contenders Coaches Show. I'm your host, Coach Devon Powell, head football coach, Law High School, assistant basketball coach of your reigning Maryland 4A state champions in basketball. I'm here with my co-host here tonight, and as always, the hardest working man in podcast land, my guy, Midnight Rider. What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. How you feeling today, man?
Hey, man, it's a good day. Got a good show. Hopefully we got a good football game starting up in a little bit, man. And, I'm feeling good. My boys went 2-0 on the West Coast, as you see the logo in the background, lit up for you.
I don't know what you're talking about, Coach. I can't see that part of your screen. I apologize.
Hey, man. So we appreciate everybody for checking in today, man. We got a great show lined up today. We got in the list on the show for today, we got the new head coach at Riverdale Baptist, Coach Damian Powell, formerly of Flowers High School. He'll come in and talk about the new gig. We also got Coach Stephen Marshall, the new head coach at Bladensburg High School. We'll bring him in to talk about his program and what he got lined up for his new program this year and this season. And then we're going to finish it off tonight with Jabrilla Bangor, defensive end, Law High School senior. He's coming on to talk about his senior season and how's his recruiting process going at this point in the year. So, sit back, relax, and just be entertained for the next hour. Like I said, I'm just a coach, but I got the hardest working man in podcast land on my side. So I'm sure it's gonna be an entertaining, great show for you tonight.
Yeah, you can sit back, relax, and let yourself go. Don't sweat what you heard. Yeah, I got you, Coach. I know what it is.
Yeah, I know. Hey, that's why I got you here, man. You the man. All right. So if you can
I
do me a
appreciate
favor,
that, bro.
man. Look, since you're the professional, if you can do me a favor, man, let the folks out here know where they can find the shows at
Oh, of
after
course.
the show.
So when you wake up tomorrow and you wake up and you see the light of day, and you come to being comfortable with where you are in the space that you are in, you will wake up at 9 a.m. and you will see that this audio version of this show will be available to you on our heart, Odyssey, um, all the different platforms. If you can get a podcast, it's gonna be there for you, and we're gonna be there with you. And then if you don't want to be stuck in the audio version of this, and you want us as a physical version video, you can come to YouTube. Make sure you click like and subscribe, because the visual version of this is always available to you. And you put in pretenders and contenders, and you get us, these pretty faces on your screen, wherever you want to use, whether it's your cell phone, whether it's your laptop, whatever it is, you get us live and in living color. So there you go.
Live and in living color. And he was talking about his pretty face because that ain't me. But hey, let's go ahead and get right into it. I just saw a comment come through midnight. I gotta address this real quick. Because the boss BJ just checked in, and he got I guess he got a complaint about my Duke light back there, right? So I'm gonna point it out, make sure everybody can see it. Best team in college basketball right now. All right, man. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. I wonder. We had Coach John Kamara on last week from Bladensburg High School basketball coach and part of the Basketball Coaches Association. And since it's winter season now, man, I just want to highlight some of our things that we got going on in the county for basketball, man, and just give everybody an update on the current standings in PG County after another great week of basketball. It was highlighted with a big matchup between Flowers and Wise this past week, Thursday night, which Flowers was actually the winner of that game, that matchup. Two of the top teams in PG County, but right now in our 4A standings, we got Flowers at 12-0, Bowie at 8-5. Bowie is who the Spartans lost to on Thursday night. We had the gentleman Jack from In the Passenger Seat podcast in the house that night, man, and it's a good game, good close game. My Spartans are still trying to find their identity, and we just fell short. Final score was 56-51. So Bowie's sitting at 8-5 right now. Wise is 7-3. Roosevelt is 7-5. Bladensburg High School is at 6-6. Law, my squad, is currently at 5-8. Duval High School is at 4-5. High Point is 3-4. Parkdale is 2-8. Northwestern is 1-8. And Suitland is 1-11 right now. Over to the 1A, 2A, 3A standings. Gwynn Park continues to roll. They're currently at 11-2. Fairmont Heights is at 9-3. So Rattsville is at 8-4 right now. Largo continues to have a strong season as well. They're at 8-4. Potomac is at 8-4. CMIT North is 7-4. Douglas High School is 6-4. Oxon Hill right now is 6-6. CMIT South, after a strong year last year, struggling a little bit this year, but they're at 3-7. Friendly is at 2-8. Crossland's at 2-9. Central's at 2-9. And College Park Academy is at 1-7. So that's your current PG County standings for basketball. 4A and then 1A, 2A, 3A standings?
I don't know, Coach. The coach from Blade may not want to come back on the show because he's like 0-2 since he's been on. So
Yeah, well, they had a tough showing, tough couple of games. They had a tough week, but they got a nice squad over there, so I'm sure they're gonna be fine.
they're gonna bounce back.
Yeah, they're gonna bounce back. So Coach
Okay.
John, don't shy away from the show, brother. You good? Don't do that. All right. So we're gonna go into our 1A, 2A, 3A player of the week, and this week we have Makai Mason from Fairmont Heights High School, and I think Makai plays football as well. I think he plays on the football team as well over there at Fairmont. But Makai had a great week this week. He averaged a triple-double this week, 13 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists as they went 3-0 this week. And they defeated Saratsville, which was a tough team. They also beat Bowie. And I can't remember who else they played this week, but that was a good week for them, man. And the average of triple-double, my man was out there balling. So congrats to Makai Mason, Fairmont Heights. And then we got a back-to-back winner in the 4A. All right, Deion Walker from Wise High School, number 5. He's the player of the week for the second week in a row. Let's see, last week he averaged 29 points and 9 rebounds. And in that huge matchup they had against Flowers, he had 33 points and 13 rebounds in the loss. So congrats to those guys, man, for being an outstanding performance this week on the basketball court. It's not easy to average a triple-double and on any level, man. But for Makai to average a triple-double for Fairmont, that's a big accomplishment there.
For sure.
Good job to those players there. And I don't know what's going on, why I can't get that. Okay, there we go. Let's see why I couldn't get that off of there.
I got you.
Okay, appreciate it. For my Spartans, like I said, we went 1-1 last week, defeated River Hill last Monday night, as we talked about last week, then lost to Bowie on a close matchup at the 300 on Thursday. This week coming up, we got Parkdale High School tomorrow away. So we're going down there to play them. And then on Thursday, we got Suitland, the Rams, coming into the 300. And so we're looking to go 2-0 this week. But we got to play ball. We got, like I said, we're still trying to find our identity, but hopefully we don't have no hiccups this week as we get closer and closer to playoff time.
So, Coach, real quick, I love what you just said about finding your identity. What do you think your identity is, and what are your guys playing to?
It's very rare that I don't have an answer for you.
I know.
But I don't have an answer for you from this one. We just don't have an identity right now.
You're trying to find yourself.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah,
That's why I asked
trying
the
to
question.
find ourselves, man. When you lose 8 seniors, and then your top returning player, didn't have grades in the second quarter. I mean, after the first quarter, so we'll be without him until third quarter grades come out. That's 9 players that you done lost off of last year's state championship team. So it's a struggle. It's a struggle right now. So we'll find it sooner or later. But I was trying not to put too many explicits out.
No, you good. You handled yourself well in that conversation, bro, Coach.
Got you. All right, man, we're going to go ahead and keep on moving. Like I said, I know we got the big game coming on tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and bring in my guy, Coach Damon Powell, the new head coach at Riverdale High School. What's going on, Coach?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Happy to be here, man. Happy to have the man with the plan joining us tonight.
All right, how you doing, man?
We good, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. So, I sent you a message the other day, man. But, again, congratulations on the new gig.
Appreciate it.
And you're one of my guys, so I'm rooting for you.
I appreciate that.
Go ahead and do your thing over there, man, and just talk to the people, man. Let us know how this came about, man, and what you got going on over there at Riverdale.
Yeah, man, it was just one of those things. Everybody knew everything that happened at Flowers, and that's one of those things where I did not want or wasn't even looking to be moving or leaving, and I felt like we built something very special there, and we did. But I think it was time, after going through everything there and just seeing the writing on the wall of, all these, things coming into play, from left to right, just happens to come into play for some reason. But I think it was time to move. It was time to make another move. And honestly, I got a call from Riverdale. And I think it was definitely a spot that I really was interested in. And after I get into some information about it and start reading up on it and asking around, I think, man, it made a lot of sense. And so not only that, I'm PG County born and raised, been here for all my life, and live right here in Bowie, Maryland. So it's still driving distance, maybe 10 miles maybe. So it was just something that made really good sense, and I get to stay in the county that I love and coach football, thing that I love to do.
So in this move that you made, like, what was the reason? We'll say it that way. Without you having to get into too much of the dirt, what was the reason for what made the move happen?
Well, one of the reasons was
the PG
version. I was suspended, as everybody know, and I was suspended for not only 1 year but 2 years. Okay. So it was just one of those things where you could just see the writing on the wall. Just something that right. I guess I wasn't welcome here in the county as far as Prince George County football anymore, as far as athletics, and it was just time to move on to something that where I can spread my wings a little bit more and do what I do. So Riverdale Baptist is a great school, but outside of that, it's independent. So I can kind of do anything that I plan that I want to do in a sense that's like without all the rules. So it works out, and we get to develop and build a program again because they didn't do so well as last year. So we can build it up from the bottom up again and make it a powerhouse just like we've done everywhere else.
Okay. Actually, now that you have moved on to Riverdale, we'll talk more about that coming up. But let's touch back on your years at Flowers, man. You had a nice nine-year run at Flowers, man, and I know the school meant a lot to you. You had a close relationship with the principal there, and the staff and the students, man. So just talk about your time, at Flowers, man, and all the children that I ain't even gonna say you touched their lives, but they touched your life.
Hey, man, absolutely, man. It was I've been there for 9 seasons. When I first came to Flowers, man, it was 4-6. It was, they was in and out of head coaches, and I came in and met with Dr. Brown, and we had a conversation, and we, interviewed for the job, and man, it was just on and popping since, and being able to start my first year there, we went 6-4, first time in the playoffs, and then after that 10-0 regular season. And we just, the program just launched out, and we was able to get a lot of student athletes in the school with scholarships, Division I scholarships, 1AA, D2, and averaging about 18 signees a year, and it was just something special, that we enjoyed doing, giving back to the community. We had everybody rallying behind us and supporting us, and sponsorships and everything just moving in the right direction. So, when you bring a lot of that touch the community, bring a lot of the student athletes, putting them in school, and having a 3.3 GPA, team GPA, a lot of great things happening. Of course, with a lot of great things, you have a lot of haters as well. And I think that's how everything just transpired. Is just, wow, what are they doing over there type of deal. So, but man, we have some great teams, some great young men come through here. They are doing excellent. We just had one of our old players just transfer out, went to South Carolina. Now he's at Alabama this year. And so it's just, these guys, they come out of Flowers with a great education. They come out ready, prepared for college football, prepared for life. And that's the biggest thing, is about mentoring our young men, turning them into young men and into men. You know what I mean? So that's just, just thinking back. It was something that I loved. I didn't want to leave. Actually, I got a son that's there in 9th grade right now at Flowers. He's wrestling. So, I mean, it's just, it's my backyard. I stay 5 minutes from the school. It's just something that it was just, a perfect fit. So it's just hard. It was hard for me to leave, but it's only coaching. I'm still working there.
So how do you find the balance of being a dad of a freshman, but being a coach of another team? Like, where's that place and where's that gravity that you have to find?
I mean, yeah, it is tough because, what you do is you see yourself giving a lot more energy and time than the other kids. And, he sees that, and you know what I'm saying? So you got to find a way to spend more time with your own. And so, and a lot of times when you do spend time with your own, they don't want to listen to you. They want to listen to somebody else anyway. So, but it's really, you know what? I enjoy waking up, driving him to school every day. You know what I mean? We having our little time, even if it's a silent drive to school, it makes the world to me. And so, him wrestling. And so I was a wrestling coach too, as well, and wrestled in high school. So I'm able to teach him a little bit of wrestling as well as he goes through goes through wrestling. And he's a 4.0 student, so I don't have to worry about academics or anything with him. He's kind of got his own discipline in the academic field. So it's just great to, spend some time with him. But it's very hard, dealing with, all the young men that you touch every day, and then less time with him at home.
Gotcha.
Yeah, somebody who, I coach my own son from when he was in youth ball all the way up through high school, man. Is one of those things where, it's a difficult balance that you got to find. And, it can cause some stress and strain on the family. But just got to make sure you're just trying to put all you can into whatever they got going on. Luckily, my son played football as well. So, it was kind of easy for me to be around them more, but it's difficult, man. It's very hard to do. And just like you, I had a good son too, man, that I ain't have to get on him about his homework and all that stuff. I ain't never had to worry about grades. So that made it a lot easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're in their own thing. They kind of in cruise control. They know, when and how to do things, and you don't have to worry about the academic part. Just got to make sure they're doing, not spending all their time on video games and things of that nature. But outside of that, once they start learning how to train, be disciplined in training and seeing, I just make sure that for my son that, that he gets out there and he trains. He loves to sing. He's a music guy. He sings. If that's your passion, put 110 in that. You know what I mean? Make sure you're practicing and giving you all there. And, that's what it's all about for me.
Right. So looking forward now that you're over there at Riverdale, man, and I know it's been pretty much like a week now since you've been in the head over there. So, what you got planned for the program? Like you said, they're coming off a tough year last year. They lost a lot of coaches last year as well, and some kids had left from there. So, what you got planned for the program going forward?
Dominate, man. I only know one way how to do things, man. So once I get in, I go in, with a mindset where we just gonna be the best in everything we do. So I don't know many people that's on the roster. I did know the couple coaches from last coaching staff. I had an opportunity to talk to them, but we're going in this thing, pretty much, with an open mind and just blank and just start building from the bottom up. I mean, that's just how you do it. I'd rather do it that way. It's the only way I'd rather do it anyway, because we can put everything in place that you want and make sure that you get whoever you want in, and then hopefully, you know, we'll be able to grow from there. So I will have I've interviewed a lot of coaches. I have a great staff coming. Oh man, we about to turn some necks, turn some heads, you know what I mean? Because we're gonna have an experienced staff, you know, and we're gonna have to start recruiting and getting our roster together. So this year, listen, sky's the limit. But once we get our feet wet and learn all the ins and outs, I know in a couple of years, man, we're gonna probably be one of the best schools out there.
So when you're getting your feet wet, but what is the things that you stand on? What are your standards? You know, like what is your main thing as a coach?
There's the main thing, my main thing. Well, you know, my core values are definitely my brotherhood, man. We really got to come together, you know, be together, have each other's back, learn each other, building relationships. I'm really big on that. I'm big on effort. Just give me everything you got, man. Just, you know, once we touch down, I need everything that's in that tank. I need everything empty. You know what I mean? Whether we practicing, whether we in the books, whether we hitting, whatever we doing, I need maximum effort. You know what I mean? So that's big for me. You know, toughness, attitude comes with all that, man. We instill all that stuff in toughness and attitude, and just being, just having that grit. Listen, if I'm going to lead you into a game, to war, to everything, I'm going to bring it, and then you got to. And so, if I'm leading you in there, you got to bring everything you got with that attitude and your toughness, and just having faith in one another, man. We're a Christian school, having faith in each other, being able to, love and support and be a part of each other, man, is a big thing. So a very loyal person. I bring a lot of experience. My ultimate goal is to get our boys, with this portal, is just get everybody into school that we can get in school. You know, it's very tough these days with high school student athletes getting into school because of the portal. But we have a plan of action, I'm telling you. And so just giving them that all and never turning my back on these young men is big for me. So coming out, man, when I was in, I know everybody laughed, but back in our day, we didn't have all these trainers and people in place and things to help us when we was coming out. We have videotapes and all that. We didn't have social media. There was just a lot of little, and so now, man, it's just a different world. But in the recruiting aspect, it's getting, for high school, is just really getting tough for our high school kids. So now we got to have a different approach to the game, and then that's what Riverdale Baptist is going to bring, a different approach. So we get to have spring ball. Spring ball is going to be huge, getting the spring evaluation in front of coaches, and that's going to be another huge thing that we're going to be able to get done. But just to answer your question, man, with the brotherhood, effort, attitude, toughness, faith, just the standard, and hold these guys accountable. That's what it's all about.
And you brought back a memory when you talked about the our highlight tapes back in the day, because I remember shooting.
Yeah,
these cats, they can put together a highlight tape in 5 minutes.
What?
Man, you had to go put in the VHS and take it out and cut it up and all kinds of stuff, man. It took me like 3 weeks to put together my highlight tape back in '97.
You ain't lying, and it was bad quality.
Yeah, and it was bad quality. All right, man. So I know you said, you wanted to be out of here for kickoff time, man, to watch the game, man. But before you go, man, I gotta ask you, man, what's your message, man? You want to leave back to your PG County brothers, man, and a word of advice for we got Coach Stephen Marshall on deck, the new coach at Bladensburg. What's some advice you got for him and some of the other younger cats that's looking to coach in our county?
Man, in the county, especially in PG County, man, first, man, build relationships in the building. Okay, give it all your important stakeholders in your building. Build relationships. Okay, recruit your building hard. Make sure that you go around and recruit every young man or whoever that you want on your team that wants to play. Recruit them hard. Give them an opportunity to showcase their talents. Evaluate them. Making sure you leave nothing unturned. You make sure you know what you're dealing with. Have a good coaching staff and support staff that supports you. Have everything in order where you can get everything and maximize everything from that building, man. Enjoy football, man. Make sure you can't lie to the student athletes. These kids these days, they know what if you're not telling them the truth. They know if you're not giving them your all. You cannot, sugarcoat these things. So if you're gonna go in it 110%, because what you put in is what you're gonna get out. If you have do it, you're gonna get half results. So just make sure you handle it that way.
All right, coaches.
All right.
Give me 30 seconds, because you said something about your standard being the standard, and that's the Mike Tomlinism. So what is something that is your standard that you stand on in the belief with dealing with your kids?
Well, man, listen, we always stand on business, but
yeah,
listen, man, just just giving y'all every day, getting better every day, doing everything right when nobody's looking, like being the best young man that you can be. We just want, especially moving on in life, we want quality character, good young men. You know what I mean? So, making sure you're doing everything to the best of your ability to be the best person in life, man. That's going to be great. That's going to do you well in football, but also in life. So just making sure you're doing everything. So just standing on everything, holding yourself accountable, being a peer leader. The ones that have teams that have peer-led teams are your best teams. Making sure that you know what I mean. So it's just having those leaders in your room is very important. So just holding yourself accountable with everything that we putting in place, and just giving us your all, man, at every time, because that's big. That's big for me. Just making sure that you emptying that tank and doing everything right and protecting the organization.
Appreciate that, Coach.
No doubt.
All right, just real quick, a couple of comments. Coach Marcus say he got the new gear on already. Coach Jerome said that gold look good. It don't look as good as that 300 gold, though. 300 gold look a little bit better. Coach Mitch checking in. Coach Mitch said, "Do you think all public schools are treated equally in PG County?"
That's a no.
You said that specifically too.
She know what she was doing.
She already knows. She tried to stir the pot up a little bit. No. The answer is no.
Look, she'll be back on next week. We're gonna get her answer to that next week.
For sure.
Coach Marcus said, "Love the vision."
Appreciate that. Appreciate that much.
My wife checking in. She said, "Congrats, Coach."
Thank you.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go ahead and get to the game, man.
Okay, all right. I appreciate you having me on, man. It's a great.
Hold on, Coach. Before you go, who you got?
Yeah.
Who you got tonight?
Man, you know what? Growing up, man, I love Miami, man. I love Miami. They have some great players. But I think Indiana's going to win this game tonight. I just think Coach got them going in the right direction.
Okay. Thank you, Coach, for your time.
27 years old. They all 27 years old.
No doubt.
All right, man. We appreciate your time, man. And you're always welcome on the show, brother. So good luck, man. And we'll be talking.
All right, now. Take care.
All right.
All right, that's Coach Damon Powell, former coach at Flowers High School, now the new coach at Riverdale Baptist High School, and if we wasn't on a time constraint, we could have went a lot more into that conversation, but I'll leave it at that. That'll be a conversation for another day.
For sure.
All right, but we're gonna keep on rolling. We got our next guest on the air. We got Coach Stephen Marshall, the new head football coach at Bladensburg High School. What's going on, Coach?
What's up? What's up, guys? How you feeling, man? What's going on? Thank you for having me.
Hey, man,
Pleasure
no
having
problem,
you, man.
No problem at all, man. And I'm glad you was able to listen in to Coach Powell, man, and hear, some words of advice that he got, man, for you coming
for
into the
sure.
season, man. Coach Powell.
Taking notes.
Coach Powell's my guy, man, and I'm rooting for him over there at Riverdale, man. And like I said, we still got a better gold over here at the 300. But what's going on, Coach? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I do want to open up with saying, Coach Powell, congratulations on picking that up. We talked on Instagram as well, but wanted to say that over the air, man. Great work in getting that job, and I know he'll turn it around. But feeling great, man. Just glad to get things rolling. Came out of the holiday break, hitting the ground running at the stable, and we're gonna make it happen, man.
Yeah, man. So let's give us a little background, man. A little background on your coaching experience, man. Your coaching journey, man, and what led you to Bladensburg High School.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Been coaching for a little while, man. Probably not as experienced as a lot of the other coaches in the market, but I've been doing it for 17 years. I started at the little league level. I was at the Boys and Girls Club over there in 6th District, the Raiders. Man, we was there for about 5 or 6 years, and man, what an amazing experience! And the thing about that experience was that it allowed me to understand the underworkings and the inner workings of the football business, dealing with Pop Warner and the charter moving and all the different changes, and dealing with the under provisioned and in a poverty situation when it comes to that 6th District area in Southeast. We dealt with a lot of different things that had to help them kids navigate life in a different way. And then taking that experience on with Coach Bevel at McNamara High School for a couple years. That was an amazing experience too, because it was the other side of the spectrum, right? So now you go from a space where you had kids that didn't have, now you're going into a space where you have kids that have maybe more than they should, right? and
Right.
um and you're dealing with a different mentality, right? These kids, some of them didn't have to play football to get out of their situation. It was more of a luxury rather than a need. So the coaching style had to be different than just learning the high school game. Then I took a sabbatical and then came back to Beacon House and had some good times over there with my guys, and then landed the job over at Douglas with Monty and Coach P, man, and had a great time learning from Coach Bill and Coach Sonny. Man, so much information of those Hall of Famers, just taking notes all day, and then I just was like, you know what, I think it's about that time. So we ended up applying, and here we are, man. We standing right here wearing that maroon and gold.
Yeah, Coach, first and foremost, I'd like to apologize to you for the fact that you had the slum at the time, Bishop McNamara. It's not a good school. I understand that you may not understand the great things that are. Like if you had like a little green and gold in your life, if you went to
Oh
the
man.
Arctic Girl and you understood what 333 means to people, like
So
it'd be a
I'm
different
I'm
place.
DC I'm DC born and raised, man. So I done spent some time over there off North Capitol and all. I know I know it really well. I
Hey,
know it really well. And my man Malcolm Battle over there got them rolling with
yes,
Coach O and all of them. So I
yes.
know what's happening. Don't I know what's happening.
Hey,
I know what's
Coach
happening.
Marshall. Coach Marshall. Look, he talked about that green and gold, but you see what his logo in the background got, right? So he
Hey,
he done been
you got
he done been then pulled over to the dark side. He's now with the 300 now. So don't even listen to him when he talk that curl, man.
he got to be where his feet at, right, Coach?
Right, right.
So seriously, Coach. You talked a lot about your journey. So in your journey, like what was the moment that like made you feel like this is the right thing for you to do? Like this was your purpose, this is your being, this is your why.
I as a man of faith and having a heavy spirit when it comes to listening to what God is telling me to do and the direction that He's pulling me in. My pillars. I heard you talking to Coach Powell about his pillars. My pillars is God, family, education, and football. And when I look at my pillars, where I pray consistently and I meditate on that word consistently. And when you get into a situation and you start to notice the good fruit of the labor that you're
Mm,
putting out, you start to realize that you're actually called to do something greater than what you thought you were called to do. I've done many of things, man. I've been in sales. I had a long sales career, 25 years of sales career. I was in the music industry for a while, and everything that I was doing, I was impacting people's lives, but it was for self gain. And I realized that once I made that switch and that light turned on, it was that time. It was ready to go. I was like, God, let's do this. And that's how we ended up at Bladensburg, because I just prayed on it, man. I just said, Lord, if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, the doors, the windows, the gates, and everything will open for it to happen. And we sitting in this seat, brother. So I'm blessed.
amen.
All right, man. Look, and I'm anybody to tell you, man, I'm a straight shooter. Um, but I want to see the entire county do good, man. I'm PG County,
Yeah.
born and raised, man, and um, I graduated from law back in '97, man. So I want to see the whole county win, except for when we line up in between those lines. I'm trying to come out with the victory, but man, when you take a job that's up here on the north side of the county, it's a struggle, and we have our own challenges up here. It's a different demographic up here on the north side, so you have to deal with that. And I'm talking about schools such as Bladensburg, Duval, Law, Northwestern, High Point, Parkdale. It's a challenge, man. So you stepping into a job where you're gonna have to put your blinkers on, and you're gonna have to dive in, man, because it's gonna be a challenge, man. And you said one thing about praying on this and allowing God and allowing faith to drive the decision. Guide you and lead you where you're gonna be at, man. And I'm just giving you a word of advice, man. Stay in that mode. Stay in that mode, letting God lead you, man, and just drown out all the outside stuff, man. For me, when I took on the job at law, it was a little up and down. When I was a JV coach, a little up and down, a couple of winning seasons, but nothing real significant. And but for me, it was different because I was born and raised there. So it was like, okay, no doubt, I want to go in and coach a school. But from an outsider looking in, like, why would you want to go coach law? Like, you don't have the facilities at that time. We didn't have the facilities. They're struggling on the football field. So I'm just giving you word of advice right now before I ask my question. Just stay in that lane of letting God guide you, man, and don't let the outside noise distract you from anything, because you're in a tough situation. But if you stay focused on your goal, you're gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right.
Thank you for that,
So
coach. I appreciate that.
no problem, no problem. Now my question is, you know, Bladensburg is coming off a couple, tough seasons, man. Um,
Yeah.
Tough season, and like I said, up here in the north, we have challenges with numbers, getting kids out there, man. So, what's your plan? I know you've been out there talking to the alumni, and they're excited. From what I've seen, the alumni are excited. We have one in our network, Jack,
Yeah, Jack.
who's that's our guy. So, I know he's excited for you. I talked to him the other day about you, in person. But what are your plans, man? What is your goal, and how are you going to attack the challenges that you got in that building there?
Yeah, shout out to Jack. I talked to him for probably about a good hour and a half today, man. So was able to touch base with him and just enjoy the fruits of what he had to say as well. And the alumni group, thank you guys for just, taking me in and just listening to me. When we look at what we are up against, obviously the demographics are completely different than what we're used to on the South Side, right? But It's not perfect on the south side of the county either, right? You're going to run into your your struggles. You're going to have your struggles. One of the things that I am extremely excited about is the way that our school is set up from an educational and the scholar standpoint, with us having the CTE programs, with us having the ability to turn them into adults that can be impactful in the community right away if college is not the way that they want to go. That's huge. I'm a graduate of Suitland High School, '04 state champion. So I understand how it feels to be a part of a winning program, but have players with you that can't do the same things with their education that some of the other kids can. They're not going to college. They're not going to maybe even a trade school. Whatever they left high school with is what they're going to create their life to be. And to see a multitude of team members and a multitude of students that I graduated with from Suitland High School still being in a space where they're using their certifications from the school at that time to create a career and to create a family and buy houses and invest and do so many different things. That's going to be the key and pivotal point for us at Bladensburg High School is how do we make our scholar part of the scholar athlete tag more important than just the athlete tag. And then we get into what Coach Powell talked about. I think he eloquently spoke about it, but he was a straight shooter on it as well. You recruit what's in your building. It's hard to be a part of something when there's no vision. It's
Mm.
really hard. And when people don't see a why, it's tough to attach yourself to something that doesn't have a definition. So what we had to do, and what we're going to have to continue to do, is define what this logo means, define what our programs are about. Mind you, I said programs, not just football. We're talking about from soccer. They've been winning the race here at Bladensburg. So how do we pair with the soccer team to create that relationship? Because they're doing something that works, regardless of the demographic. Because they dealing with kids with 1.4s, 1.7s, 2.0s as well. So how do we see what they're doing with study hall and their academics to get their kids to the level to get it done? How do we piggyback off my man John? How do we piggyback off what he's doing with the basketball team and turning that around and creating those partnerships? So inside the building is key. Principal FJ, my amazing AD Clark, just sitting down over and over again every day. They'll tell you I'm up to school all the time, but just sitting down with them, just going through different ideas and showing them that we are present, that we care, and that we love them. That's the first part, coach. So that's what we're diving into right now is when you look at marketing, it's the marketability of the people that you're going to entrust your future with. Can you trust and believe in them and move forward with them?
That's a great answer. I don't know if you're familiar with this artist, but his name is PJ Morton, and he has a song that says "Let Go and Let God." And what you've said in these moments, as you've given your response, is ideal for that song. Like when things get tough, when things get hard, when you're suffering, you got to let go and let God make His way and make His vision seen to you and known to you. And as a coach, I love listening to you guys because I've coached before. But when I love listening to or hearing you guys talk about is your purpose, your meaning, and I always ask about. And Coach will tell you, I always ask somebody about their purpose, their meaning, and their mentors. So for you coming into this space at Blade, like what's going to be your purpose? What's going to be your meaning? And what's going to be the thing that you walk away from or hope to walk away from gaining experience and hoping?
Purpose. Having a purpose. I read this book called The Purpose Driven Life, and it's an amazing book. If you haven't read it, it's man, it's life changing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your purpose is tied to first and foremost your calling, and I have wrestled with that in my life. Just to be transparent, right? We all wrestle with those.
Right.
We wrestle with our calling is, and when you look at the purpose that we have here at Bladensburg and that I'm bringing into Bladensburg, we can concentrate our effort just to Bladensburg, right? When we look at the purpose, my number one purpose for being there is to give those young men and women a blueprint on how, when life is its toughest, how do you persevere and make it through?
Mhm.
If we can get our young men and women to understand that this life is all about trials and tribulations. We're going to go through the fire, but the way that you get back up and the way that you persevere through it is what's going to make you who you are. Coach, you talked about it, and I got the stats here, and I do my research, right. So before I went in there, I went into my stats. Outside of the stat that I never lost to Laurel, we'll get back to that. But when we looking at the stats, we're talking about in the last 7 years, we've won 10 games.
Mm.
And that right there doesn't make the county look good, but it doesn't make the kids feel good either. So if we're not winning games, are we at least getting graduation rates up? Are we getting GPAs? Are we getting kids and to leave there with certifications? If none of that is happening, then from a purpose perspective, we've lost that. So as a new coach there with Coach John and AD Clark, and like I said, the faculty and staff, we're aligning together with what the overall purpose is for the school. And then we talk about what do I plan to leave, what I plan to get from when I leave from this experience, or what I plan to leave behind through this experience. I think the number one thing is impact. Impact is huge. We have to impact them. And looking back at my time at youth ball, that's when you really can see whether you impacted people. And the youth ball will test every last morsel of coach that you are, because you're more than just a coach. You're a babysitter at times, you're a stepfather at times, you are sometimes with the parents, you're mediating between the two parents to try to figure out who gonna pick the kid up from practice and all of that. So you wear so many different hats, and I don't think that this is any different. And that's why I'm cut from a cloth that allow me to be in this building to be able to make these things happen. But I want to leave behind a trail of impact, positivity, and God fearing drive that's just going to take our kids to the next level and turn them into young men and women that's going to turn around and be back on this podcast talking about the same thing or doing something greater.
Okay.
Yep, good answer. Good answer there. Good answer there. Let you know I've never lost to Bladensburg either. So,
Well, it
just
looks
want to
like
throw
we
that
got
out there.
something. We got
Throw
some
that
work to
out
do
there.
there.
So, yeah.
Whatever week you want it, coach. We could go. We could do that offline.
Hey,
No, I love it. I love it.
hey, man, look, we'll see y'all. Y'all got to come to the 300 this year. So,
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna
yeah,
gallop right in.
yep. Come on, Gavin, right here, and we got them spears ready for you. So, all right, a couple of comments before we get you out of here.
Yeah.
Coach Marcus, this is my JV head coach. He says, "Stay the course. You know your
What's
path
up,
and vision."
coach?
Coach Jack checking in.
There we
Welcome to
go,
the stage,
Jack.
Coach Marshall. We got here. We got my guy Mike over at Dog Culture.
My God, we doing
Say
some
hey
amazing
there.
work with him too, man. Mike has been instrumental with the start of what we're doing. So y'all will see. Y'all will see. We might stomp into the 300 with a little bit of dog on us.
Hey, don't worry about it because I was talking to Mike the other day. Mike, I got your text this morning, so we'll be talking. So don't
Hey,
worry, I
we
got
might
your
have
text.
another battle of the dogs. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Who we got here? Daryl Hamilton. Congratulations, coach. 1979 graduate and football player. Let's change the colors back to scarlet hue and white. All right. Thanks, Daryl, for checking in. So, coach, before we let you go, man, I got one more
Yeah.
guest to get in here, man. Anything you want to say before you jump out of here?
The biggest thing is I thank God for the opportunity to be able to be in front of the young men and women of the high school of Bladensburg and honestly to represent the county, not now as a head coach, but to represent the county, to represent Douglas High School. Learned so much with those coaches and the things that I've taken. It works. So I'm still in it all. So I told Monty, or I told Coach Sutton already, like, hey, I'm taking it all. I told P the same thing, told Bill the same thing. I'm still in everything, and we taking it over. And we're gonna add a little twist to it, but just so gracious for them allowing me the opportunity to get back into high school football over there at Douglas High School. Man, love those guys. I'll be rooting for them as well. But man, just Bladensburg, you got something coming. And our phrase this year is we coming. So to all the teams in the county that is looking for some bump, we ready to bump. For all those teams in the county that think that we were the laughing stock, that is over. For all the teams in the state of Maryland that think that we just gonna be at the bottom of the rankings no matter what list you looking at, that's done. So I'm telling you right now, we coming, and y'all better come strong too, because it's gonna be a hard football game when you step on the field here in Bladensburg. So I appreciate the opportunity to be on here, guys. Thank y'all so much. And coach, I see you week 4, week 5. We can make that happen. Let's see what goes down.
See, coach, you got to be on top of your schedule, man. We
Oh man.
we week 7, man. We week 7.
I was all right. We can keep it week 7 and flip it.
Yeah, no,
I'm
that's what
coming
it
out.
is. Schedule,
Okay. I
schedule
haven't.
already set, man. Schedule
So
already
so I
set.
haven't. So I haven't seen the schedule since I know they was talking about making some changes to it. So I saw it, but I wasn't sure if it was going to stay the same or not. So
Yeah, we in the second year. They do a 2-year cycle.
the flip
So
flop,
this is
right?
the second. Yeah, this is the second year. So just look at your schedule last year and just flop locations.
That's all.
That'll be your
Cool.
schedule. So yeah, we week 7. Y'all come to us week 7. That's our last home game because our last 2 games on the road. So that'll be our senior night.
Okay.
So y'all coming in on senior night, and coach, I root for everybody except when we playing each other. So
Same.
I'm gonna wish you luck, but I'm one of the biggest shit talkers there is out there. So good luck on your season. But when you come to the 300, we coming after you. So come
Hey,
on
just
out.
know we coming too. So I suggest all your seniors make sure their mamas have some tissues. Cause it
Ah,
ain't
let's
cause it ain't
go.
going to end well. Cause it ain't going to end well. And if
Hey,
you're giving them jerseys, give them the ripped ones that they're gonna lead the field with. All right,
hey,
coach.
hey, look. Our mamas don't give out tissues. They fight too. So they
That's
battle
all
too. So
good.
on with it.
That's all good. Let's do it then. Well, we gonna be there. We'll see what goal come on top. We'll
Right.
see what happens.
There's only one goal. There's only one goal. All right, coach. Have a good evening,
All right.
man. Hey,
Thank y'all.
we're gonna be in
Appreciate you,
touch.
fellas.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
gonna be in
sir.
Thank
touch,
you,
bro.
coach.
All right.
Yes, sir. Talk soon, guys. Thank you.
All right, have a good one. All right, that's Coach Stephen Marshall, the new head coach of Bladensburg High School. He coming in strong. Midnight Rod, he talking trash. Midnight Rod.
Hey, he ready for you, coach. He ready.
Hey man, that's what I like, man. Bring it on in there, bring that energy, man. And we wish him nothing but the best over there, Blade, man. Like I said, he got a tough job ahead of him, man. But he seemed like he ready for the battle, man. So I wish him all the luck over there. All right, man. We're gonna keep on going. We're gonna add in Mr. Jabrilla Bangor.
Hello. How y'all guys doing today?
2026 senior defensive end at Law High School. What's going on, man?
Doing good. How you doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Just what I'm saying, watching the game just started, so we're gonna see who's gonna win. I got Miami though.
You got Miami.
Yeah.
Oh man, it'd be nice. It'd be nice for him to get back to those days, man. When Miami's good, it's better for college football, but I just can't trust. I don't trust Carson back, man. I just don't. I don't trust him. But
you gonna pull it through. You gonna pull it through.
What's going on, man? Appreciate you joining tonight, man. And
No problem.
one of the things since I started this show, Midnight Rider, man, one of the things that I haven't done is had a lot of my guys on. So, coming to this year, man, I said, you know what, I'm gonna start bringing in my guys, starting with my seniors, man, and let them get some shine, man, because these my boys, man, and I'm excited for that next step, man. So, Jabrilla, man, just come on in, man, and just tell us about, your football career, man, and your senior season at law.
My senior season, I feel like I had a great senior season. Even though like I missed out on one game, I feel like I kind of left it all out there, helped out the team for sure, vocally, because I feel like in the start of the season, we didn't really had enough leadership or like someone that could really step up and be there vocally. But I felt like I took that under my shoulders. I think it was one game where I unleashed and like everyone was just we were all finally on the same page because like before we was just not together as a team, not really disciplined. But I feel like it was just one game that took for everyone to just be close together and actually understand the assignment. But I feel like my senior season was pretty good. I know there's could have been a lot more things that I could have done different, but you know, it's just one step at a time. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity and just getting ready for college.
So you rock the Deuce Deuce, right? You 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you my god, dog. I rock with you, man. Nah, I tell you, I'm gonna tell you this every time I see you, bruh. Um, there are kids that I appreciate, and you was all effort, all energy. So I'm gonna ask you this question: um, what makes you love football?
Um, the thing that makes me love football is just, I mean, I just saved my grandma. My grandma, she's just someone that's been there for me, and then I feel like I want to just do this for her. And I feel like, cause she at first like she wanted me to be a soccer boy, but then she kind of fell in love with football, and I feel like just leaving it all out there for my grandma is just gonna be means a lot to me. So I feel like that's why I have a chip on my shoulder. Just want to be successful for my grandma for sure.
Okay. So who's like your player, the football player that you like try to emulate or try to be like?
I'll definitely say like uh like a Miles Garrett. He's very versatile. I mean, you see how he was this year. He went a little crazy, but
A
definitely
little bit.
Miles Garrett for sure. So for
Okay.
sure.
Coach, what you got, coach?
Give you a little background on my guy Jabrilla, man. And he came out, JV years, ninth grade year, man. He was he was one of those tweener guys. We had him on the O line. Um, he really didn't like it, but he played it. But he's one of those guys, man. He's not the tallest man. Um, he's not the biggest, but he's one of those guys that's gonna come show up to practice every day. He's gonna show up to games every day. He's coachable. I had to cuss him out a couple of times, but that's what I do. Um, but he has one of those motives, man, that he's just gonna go. And he worked hard in the off season, man. He was like, his junior year, he was a little tweener, man. We tried him to move him at linebacker early in the season. But he's like, man, that's not my fit. He went down to the DN, man, and he just loved it, man. And he took a hold of it this year, man. I think how many sacks you finished with last season, your junior season?
Junior season, I think I had like 7, 6.
Yeah, like 6 or 7. And he just kept working, man. He just kept working and getting better, man. And he had a great season this year, man. And he made the senior all-star game this year.
All right.
For us, man, as a DN, man. And what else you do? Whatever accolades you get this season.
I got defensive MVP for week 1.
Mm-hmm.
It really meant a lot to me for sure. Showed like I really
Right,
worked very hard.
right. So you're in the process now, man, of going through the recruiting process. And as it's been stated on this show many a times, and it was stated earlier, high school recruiting has changed due to the portal. There's not many opportunities out there for kids, and they're coming out their senior year, so it's a struggle. So
Mhm.
how has the recruiting process been for you so far?
I say the recruiting process it's just been very slow because a lot of schools they're really looking for more portal guys, but there's some schools that definitely reached out to me and I definitely reached out to them as well. But it's just been very slow. But now it's starting to pick up a little bit more, and like more schools are just being more like me and the schools are just talking back even more now.
So what
So
kind of
just
schools are you getting conversations with? Are you getting like D4s or schools in the Power Four? Are you getting like the Western Kentucky's lower level schools? Where's your interest coming from?
I'm saying most of my interest coming from is in the Pennsylvania area. It's more mainly like D3 schools. So right now I have like like a couple of D3s and like two D2s right now that are just looking at me for right now.
Okay.
Yep, he just went on a visit this weekend to Shenandoah
Okay.
University up there, and he received an offer from them. Um, so that makes I don't even remember how many you got right now. There's at least 3 or 4 right now,
Yeah.
and he had a couple of coaches that reached out recently. He's in communications with Bowie State right now. Um, Gettysburg College just reached out about him, so it's starting to pick up, man. The portal just ended last week. So now schools are starting to come back to the class of 26 in high school. So things are going to be picking up in these next 2-3 weeks, especially with signing day opening up on February 1st.
So what are you
So
looking for from a school?
I'm just looking for somewhere like it feels like home, where I feel more comfortable. Like I want to go to a school that gives me the most love. I mean, a lot of schools are obviously going to give you the most love, but I want to feel comfortable at the school. Like it's not a lot of pressure to me. Like I wanted to feel like it's something close to home, so where like I can just enjoy and like, be myself instead of having restrictions.
Thank you, man.
yep. So going back to your high school career, man, just tell me what you enjoyed most about playing at Law High School for the 300.
I'll definitely say the most fun that I had being at the 300 was definitely I'll say for the practices because like I feel like it's a lot of times where we always goof off. I mean, you see us goof off all the time, but I feel like that's when we're like all close as a team. But I feel like it's more different from game day. But I feel like practice, you can see everyone working at their hardest. You see everyone being motivating, and like you see everyone working really hard. So I feel like the practice is something that I'm really gonna miss for sure.
You got another one, Midnight.
Just over the course of the season, what's the game that you felt like you had the biggest impact?
Um, the game that I feel like I had to make the most impact. That's a great question.
Hey, I do dope shit.
I say, hmm. I mean, I would say I have two games. I say Northwestern is one of them. I feel
Yeah.
like Northwestern game was just a great game. I feel like I was just all over the floor. Like I was going out there doing anything. Like coach told me to pull me to the side, tell me do this, when exactly did it. And it was just like I felt like I had no restrictions. Like I was just out there playing ball. Like I had a flow state. And then another game I say is definitely the Wise game for sure.
Yep.
Even though we didn't win that Wise game, I felt like I was open up for anything. Like coach pulled me to the side. He said, "We might need you to play online." I said, "For sure, like no questions." I mean, I just want to play football. Just want to go out there, play my best, and just saying one day get recruited. Be able to just look coachable because I don't want to just say no to anything because I'm open up for anything and just want to get the job done. So I feel like that Wise game. I had a couple good plays, a couple deflections, and it's just like, so I just left it all out there.
All right, so on this show, Midnight Riders come to a few of our games throughout the season, right? And he
Mhm.
thinks that I have a bad attitude as a coach. Hey,
I know.
tell this guy here how nice of a person and a coach that I am.
Nah, cause why I'll be honest. You are a nice guy. You're a nice guy, but sometimes you could be a little bit too much at some times. But it's all love at the end of the day. It's all love. It's all love. So you're just trying to get us better. It's not like you're trying to like cuss us out. You're just trying to get us better and get into that same zone as just like you.
So you supposed to help me out a little bit more on that one. But I
Nah,
still can make you run hills. Don't worry about that. You ain't left the
I'm
building yet. Oh, a couple comments here real quick. Coach Craig checking in, saying Jabrilla loved coaching this young man, willing to play where he was needed most.
Yep.
Yeah.
Coach Mark checking in. Jib. Who's that right there?
That's Taven.
Yeah, Taven checking in. Yep, 822. Coach Rick's checking in, saying my man. Hold on my phone. Coach Imani checking in. She right upstairs. I don't know why she just don't come sit next to me, but she checking in. She said, "Hey Jib."
Hey, Coach Imani.
Now she want to talk shit. She talking about me throwing iPads, hats, and clipboards.
Now, what game was that?
Everyone.
Scaring
Yeah,
the
I
poor
didn't.
cheerleaders on the sideline. See, she's supposed to be on my side, but it'd be
Nah,
your own people.
that,
Be your
that
own
Potomac
people.
game. That Potomac game.
Yes,
He was a little
sir.
scary.
Yes,
That
sir.
Potomac game, he was a little scary. He was a little scary.
He was at like the 50-yard line, dog.
Yeah, he was a little scared that Potomac game.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Okay.
Coach Marcus got a question. Do you wish Coach Powell let you run the rock?
Of course. I feel like if we were like 3 yards from the end zone or like 2, should have just gave me the rock. Felt like it. Or at least let me get a 2-point conversion. I was always standing by Coach Stacy every time.
See, that's the problem. You were standing by Coach Stacy.
And I was calling you. I was calling your name, but you looked back at me and you waved me off.
Man, look. Y'all know Coach Devon be in the zone during game days, so hey man, I don't know what y'all be asking me sometimes. Coach Mark got another question. Last question. If you could talk to freshmen, what would you say?
No, I think the question is, if you could talk to freshman you, what would you say to you?
Oh yeah. Okay. If you
Freshman me?
You can talk to you, Jabrilla, as a freshman. What would you say?
I'll say just stay in that zone. Like, don't always look down on yourself. I feel like because sophomore year was my toughest year. Being on varsity for the first time, like I didn't really know much. And at one point in time, I wanted to quit and I wanted to play JV, but I felt like if I talk to myself my freshman year, just keep working. Don't look back. Always keep working. Always be able to understand or just be coachable. Don't talk back. Just be able to listen and then because you never know who's looking in the stands, And I feel like if I worked a little bit more harder, I'll be like, even though I'm successful right now, I would be even way more successful, like in the future. But I feel like if I talk to myself my freshman year, I'll just say, just keep working hard. Don't look back. Just keep looking forward. For sure.
Yeah, your sophomore year, I had this conversation with you. And Midnight, you've been around me long enough now to know that I'm a straight shooter.
Yep.
And when his sophomore year, I was still the head JV coach, and he had got pulled up on varsity, which I thought was a stupid decision at that point, only because of where I envisioned him playing at on the varsity level, and what he needed to work on as far as his development. And the coach at the time brought him up on varsity and then didn't play him really. When he did get to play, he played offensive guard. And, I think, honestly, that was a setback to him because of, where I seen him transition into. So I told him during that season, I was like, man, look, I know you're excited to be up on varsity or whatever because, everybody's goal is to make varsity. But you need to be back down here on JV. Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah. And I think that and like it wasn't a big setback, but it was a small setback that I think you needed that JV year just to help you with your transition from being a lineman because you weren't going to be a lineman in varsity.
Yeah.
Like you're strong enough to do it, but physically you're not a lineman. So I felt like that was something that shouldn't have happened with you, but it is what it is. You persevered, you toughed it out that season, like I said, you opened up and you was willing to do whatever you needed to do to get on the field, man. And that's just the type of kid you are. You one of those kids that no matter what, you're gonna voice your opinion, but at the end of the day, you're gonna do what you need to do to help out the masses and not just yourself. So I always appreciate that about you.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Nah,
Let's see
it's
who else.
go ahead, go ahead,
Go,
coach.
go ahead. Go ahead, Midnight. I can get to them in a sec. Go ahead.
No. One of the things as an observer, I think if you remember at the PG County Smack game, I came up to you and I told you, like you was one of my dudes, dog. I love me some deuce deuce, because you played with heart and you left it on the field, and you gave them whatever you needed to give them. And I want to say that to you, just in this conversation, like dog, I rock with you. Like coach to tell you, I'm at if y'all got a home game, I'm probably there 9 times out of 10, and I rock with you, and I thought you were were my favorite player. Well, you are my favorite player because of the way you represent yourself. So that's not even a
Appreciate
question.
it a
That's
lot.
just me acknowledging you, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's one of those hardworking guys. Out of all my guys, everybody gets cussed out equally, but he's one of the ones that I didn't have to so much.
Right. Yeah, no, I see it, dog. It's a
Yeah.
beautiful thing, man. And I'd see him on the sideline banging his head because he's upset or he's frustrated, but I knew where it was coming from. Like it was
Right.
always a place of I want to do more and I want to be better. So like when I see kids like that, I gravitate to them because that's the kind of athlete you want in your building.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it was one game this year he wanted to fight me though.
Oh, it's probably two.
Yeah, there was one game. Me and him went back and forth pretty hard at halftime, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was last year. That was the Northwestern homecoming.
Was it last year?
Yeah, it was last year Northwestern game. Yeah, we went back at it. We went back and forth, but it was all love right after that.
Yeah. He realized what I was trying to say to him at the end of the day. So Coach Wicks checking in again. He said, proud of you, young man.
Thank you, thank you.
Coach Wicks also said your first year playing varsity, I told you on the sideline that you were too big to be sitting on this bench. That's one of Coach Wicks' sayings. He tell people in a heartbeat, you're too big to be over here sitting on the sideline.
Yeah.
Coach Jaden checking in, pal yelling at us not to break the headset as he throws the headset. See, Jaden ready to get fired too. Coach Rowe checking in. Coach Rowe said, yeah, Jib.
Coach Rowe, how you doing, man?
Yeah. So, well, man, what's one thing, and I'm gonna let you get out of here soon, so we all can go watch this game, man. But tell the college coaches out there right now, that's recruiting you right now, that wants you to be in their program. What are they getting out of Jabrilla Bangor, defensive end from Law High School?
I'm gonna say like y'all are getting a dog for sure. I mean, I'm ready to work. I'm ready to learn. Even though if things are gonna be tough, I'm always gonna push myself forward. I'm not just gonna give up. Even though I might be at my lowest, I'm still gonna fight through it and still be successful and be that person that I want to be. Because at the end of the day, I want to be successful and I just want to get wins. For sure. So you're just gonna get a dog out of me for sure.
I like
You got
that.
anything to close out with them, Midnight?
No. He answered that question the best way you can. So I'm good.
Hey, man. Well, you're my guy, Jabrilla. And it don't stop just because the season's over with, man, and you about to graduate.
Yeah.
Me, I'm always a phone call away. And we got some more work to do these next couple of weeks. Me personally, I already think you found your home, but I'll keep that to myself. But good luck with the rest of the recruiting process, man. And it's senior year, man, but don't chill on the grades. Keep focusing on that, man, and doing everything to make your mom and your grandmother and them proud, man. And Looking forward to see you make your decision, and just wishing you the best, brother.
All right, Coach. Appreciate you guys a lot.
All right.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like I told you before, man, and I'll say it to you every time I see you. You were definitely one of my favorite players this year. So, yeah, nothing but love, bro.
Thank you.
All right, man. You have a good one, brother, and I'll talk to you shortly.
All right, Coach.
All right, that's Jabrilla Bangor, senior defensive end at Law High School. Checking in with us, man, and I love all my guys, Midnight Rider. I'm hard on them, but I'm realistic with them, man. And I want to see them all succeed. I'm hard on them because it's coming from a place of love. Um, and I always tell people, if I'm not yelling at you, if I'm not wasting my time cussing you out, then that means I ain't got no love for you. So just
Dude,
don't take the delivery.
it's so funny you said that because I used to tell my kids that when I was coaching basketball all the time, I said, if one of our coaches ain't yelling at you or arguing with you, then we gave up on you. So I love that statement.
Right. If I go quiet, that mean I done lost interest. I ain't wasting my
Yep.
time on you. So
Yes, indeed.
I tell them, take the message, man. Don't take the delivery. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the message comes from love, man, and and as a coach, I want to win. I'm a sore loser. I can tell you that right now. I'm a sore loser, but everything I do pushing these kids is for them. To make them succeed. Because if they're succeeding as a player, a person, then I succeed. I look good as a coach. So, that's why I said, this year, man, I got to start spotlighting some of my seniors, man, because this is a class, man, where we had 21 seniors, man, and I think we're going to get 7 of them signed this year. So that'll be a big improvement from what we've had in the past with the law football program, man, and I'm excited for these guys, man. So I'm gonna start spotlighting them a little bit more because got nothing but love for them.
Hey, man, there's a great saying from the movie Gladiator. It says, what we do in life echoes in eternity. That's it.
Yep.
Plain and simple.
Yep. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. That's a great quote to get out of here on too, Midnight, right?
Hey, man, I
But
keep telling you, do dope shit.
Yeah, hey, hardest working man in podcast land, man. But before we go, let's go ahead and give the people, like we do every week, give the people where they can find the hardest working man in podcast land this week.
Well, I'll give you the network schedule. So tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Tuesday? We got Unapologetic Sports at 6:30. We have the Tuesday night flight at 7:45. Wednesday, we have Nothing But Net starring myself and C. Perry, where we give you a old school view of the new school basketball that is played right now. Wednesday night at 8, we got Jack Carr in the passenger seat. And then Thursday, I think we're going at 7:15. We have a special show called the Commander's Couch. And on the Commander's Couch, you get to lay down, give your grievances. It's like Festivus. You get 2 minutes to air your grievances with the season that happened just now with the Commanders. You can cuss,
more than 2 minutes.
you can cry. It don't matter. Just be available, and we got it. We're gonna make it happen. And we'll give you more time, Coach, because you want to you on the list. So you can air out everything you got to air out, Coach. It's all good.
Gotcha. Oh, you ain't finished yet. We still got
right. Saturday we got the Gridiron airing at 11:30, which is the greatest fictitious college football show in the world, Craig. Saturday night we got the WrestleManiacs at 9 p.m. And then Sunday morning, as Coach Mark loves to say, there's no better way to start your week off than with the Sunday Rise. So we got the Sunday Rise at 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. There you go.
All right. And coming up next week on the Pretenders and Contenders Coaches Show, we got another great show lined up. I will have another one of my seniors come on and spotlight them next week. Coach Mitch is going to join us next week as well. She took a little days off. You know, she went to the movies today, Midnight Rider. She ain't invite us to the movies with her, but she went to the movies today. So, you know, I'm gonna have to give her some shit about that one. And she'll be back on next week with us. We also got Coach Ed Allen, the head coach at Frederick Douglass High School Wrestling. He's coming on to talk about his program and what they got going on this season. And then we also got my guy and your guy from the highly opinionated podcast land. We got Josh jumping in with us.
Oh, okay.
Josh gonna come in and spend a little time with us, you know, and talk some sports. Talk some sports with my guy Josh. So, yep. So looking forward to that, man. Next week's show, and we'll keep it rolling.
Yes, sir. For sure, man.
All right.
Happen.
All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and end it now, so we can go check out this game, man, and see how this gonna shake out, man. And y'all stay safe out there, man. It's gonna be some weather this week, so you know, make sure y'all ain't doing nothing crazy. Keep your family safe and warm, and we'll catch y'all next week. Appreciate it.
We out.
Tonight, the bell rings and the stories begin. Welcome to the ride.
Man, I tell you, that gets me every single time. It's like got to be one of the greatest podcast entrants of all time. Close second is airplay mode. Just want to let y'all know that. But either way, got me jacked up. I'm pumped. I'm not blown up, but I'm pumped. Welcome to Saturday Night Junkies, Sideline Junkies, Saturday Night Wrestling. It got me all discombobulated. I love that theme song. Sideline Junkies, Saturday Night WrestleManiacs, Saturday number 2, 2026. Big guy KG somewhere. I think he's out there fixing his microwave. From what he said, he may be back, but the microwave is having some issues. So he has to go in there and do something to the protons and neutrons to make sure that his hot pockets come out hot. You got the Nubian Sumo smoking up, lighting up for the second Saturday in 2026, representing his Bullet Club t-shirt. And I am the People's Choice, Don Rodriguez. Perfectly sober, I guess, but you may argue that by the time we get to the end of the show. But either way, welcome everybody once again to what we do best, trying to figure out what that is. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about some wrestling, and sports entertainment. Sumo, what's up?
Nothing too much. Just waiting for the snow over here in Sumo Land.
Is it going to be a lot? I don't think it. I mean,
it's just about. They talking about
Dustin, right?
They're talking about about no more than an inch, but still,
Yeah,
snow.
I'd say for y'all, that's just like, oh, whatever. And by y'all, we talking about, up there in that DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia, a little bit of North Kakalaki up in there. Down to Asheville is slated. Even, a nice little place called Greenville, South Carolina. They trying to hype it up like it's going to be something. But either way, it's the 17th of January. I think we're about due for a little wintry mix, and then it can go ahead and move on because I'm tired of it. Speaking of January, Sumo, you are the perfect person to talk to us about some good news, some interesting news, and a historical first. What? I'm trying to segue it. Now you want a spot? Hey, you make it. See, that's why I'm glad you muted. You over there making a dig on the Ravens not getting the playoffs because of the daggone field goal. That's messed up. I just want to let you know. That's messed up, bro.
Damn. I'm just here, man.
Yeah, but you over there doing that. We know he ain't make the daggone field goal. God damn, it's fucked up.
What happened?
He missed the field goal, cuz.
Who missed what?
Well, it wasn't Justin Tucker. I can tell you that much. We'd have been in the playoffs at this point. God dang, 0 win.
I've been binge watching a show on Prime on Amazon Prime all day, so I haven't been watching any football.
What'd you watch?
It's a show called Goliath.
What's that? I haven't heard of it.
Billy Bob Thornton.
We're not getting paid for it, but Billy Bob was in.
Billy Bob Thornton is a lawyer who used to be with this big firm, but now he's out on his own doing his thing, and kind of like the Lincoln Law, like the precursor to the Lincoln Lawyer. If you know what that is on Netflix, so kind of on that same vein, but this was made back in 2016.
Okay. Well, if you're watching some good Prime stuff, I'll go ahead and put a plug out for my favorite Prime show, which is Upload. I don't know if you've seen that yet. I think it's up to 4 seasons. I haven't watched the last season because I'm not ready to see the ending. But it stars Andy Allo and Josh Amell, Stephen Amell's brother, the Green Arrow. Great show, great story. So watch that. And then if you want to jump on Netflix, just because Netflix screwed this over, and we do deserve a 3rd season. If you have not watched Altered Carbon on Netflix, you need to go back and watch that if you like some sci-fi stuff. Man, those 2 seasons, one of them stars Anthony Mackie. Phenomenal shows that folks may not realize existed out there in TV land.
And to bring it back to wrestling, if y'all are interested in in Star Trek, the new Star Trek Academy has started. Its premiere episode is on Paramount Plus, and Becky Lynch is a part of that show as part of the command team on that show. So
her Saturday night main event outfit during John Cena's retirement match was dedicated to her role in that show. So
which actually it did. I mean, she was wearing a yellow uniform with that stripe going down the side. I mean, it was pretty much the same uniform.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of good things to watch. We'll say this: you're welcome. A lot of those shows that we mentioned, you can go ahead and watch with your significant other. So as we get closer and closer to Valentine's Day, then you could go ahead and, scoop up your hose and, y'all can snuggle up and,
remember, ladies, a month after Valentine's Day is March 14th.
Don't you be smiling, KG. Don't you be smiling.
I ain't going to say what it's called, but I'll let you look it up.
We know what that is.
We know what that is.
But I say, you saw the look on KG face. He lit up real quick. But KG, you had something that you wanted to comment on after your, disrespectful hand thing.
No. I was just making sure I was in frame, man. I was just saying hello. I don't have anything to comment on. I'm happy to be here, yo.
Are we happy to have you? You know what?
I've been hanging out in Baltimore for the last 2 weeks.
Say it again. Time for the percolate. Go, we got that clip? I bet you was out there going ham.
No, I was at if you're not familiar with high school football in Baltimore, you know the annual game is City versus Poly.
Oh, you was there? You went to that game?
No, I wasn't at the game. I'm actually working at Baltimore City College School. I'm actually working at the school. So that's been pretty fun. I was out there the last 2 weeks hanging out and getting some work done, and yeah.
Trying to figure out what they talking about. All them T's and D's.
No, see, the thing is about that area right there, I tell anybody, this may be a wrestling show, but this is a sports network. And I'll tell you this. If you're a fan of football history, you know what's on what used to be on East 33rd Street in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And from 1953 to 1984 was the largest outdoor insane asylum, which was Memorial Stadium.
Yes, indeed.
The Ravens played there, I think, the first 3 years of existence before they moved into M&T in 98, 99, something like that. And they actually revitalized that area where the stadium was, and now it's a field, a community center, and I believe senior homes. So
still tragic, though. I remember that night watching on WJZ Channel 13, watching the trucks of them. Actually, I'm gonna say what I thought about back then, the bitch ass Baltimore Colts. All right, rolling out of Baltimore that night in the middle of the night, just like what the heck is happening? And then 33rd Street was, the Memorial Stadium was just empty. Like, man, that was just a place to go. Field of Dreams.
And
everybody during that era played there. I mean, it was, man, outstanding.
You talk about something to watch. If you are a football fan, you love football history the way that I do, and you also have the ESPN app, the band that wouldn't die is the ESPN 30 for 30. Now, as a Redskin football team Commander fan, I get a little misty-eyed watching that because I don't know what it's like to have a team that I was born into, grew up and loved, to be snatched away from me like that. So I don't know what that feels like, but I felt Baltimore's pain. And growing up, I had to learn, as well as Redskin history, I had to learn Baltimore Colt history as well. That was something that was instilled in me by my older cousins, that you had to learn about this because this was a great franchise once upon a time. So,
yep. And welcome to the show, Anthony. He had a couple things. He was just sent a message in the chat. Feel free to interact. We love to see your messages, but he was mention that AAA is debuting on Fox Sports right now. So that's another, we can call it WWE subsidiary at this point, airing on a major network. And then when it comes down to Memorial Stadium, he said, are you guys surprised they didn't just revitalize Memorial Stadium and use it for the state championships for high school football in Maryland? I can tell you, it stayed dormant for a while. And when I say dormant, it was just there and deteriorating. Then they turned it around and decided, okay, we're just going to demolish it. They left the front up, which is the most important part, that actually had the Memorial Stadium, wording and everything else there. And then that just stood for years. So, it's just like a continued reminder that they dipped out. Then the Browns, coming in. Then we get the Ravens. And then, they swapping back and forth on who the heck is going where. So it's just a crazy thing. But anybody on the east side of Baltimore, they know that was some bitch assness on what the original Colts did. Now the Cleveland Browns, and then just some garbage. But out of that, We got Camden Yards came out of that. Also out of that, we got M&T Bank Stadium, which is across the street basically from Camden Yards. Out of that, we also finally got a casino, which they've been advocating for, thanks to the new stadium and the Ravens and all that stuff. So yeah, there's things on the other side that came out positive, but that was still, if you grew up in the 80s into early 90s, that was just, it's just a stain on the area. You just drive by it. Kids today don't really care. They don't get it. But, it's nothing like, man, saw Eddie Murray there. We talk about some OG Orioles, you know what I'm saying? The way they chanted for Eddie Guerrero is the way we're talking, 16,000 black people chanted for Eddie Murray. If you do your research, I'm not even going to grace your ears with the glory that was Eddie Murray to Baltimore. But the chants of Eddie, like, man, you would have thought he was at a WrestleMania when he got up to the plate. No disrespect, because, Cal Ripken was right there getting his props, Billy Ripken. I mean, the whole Ripken family, technically. I mean, it was a sight to behold, to be at. But, from a African-American perspective, when Eddie Murray got up there to the plate, Hall of Famer, man, something special for us. He was my Jackie Robinson, I guess, if you think about it that way. Just to see that was epic. But good times. Glad you were in Baltimore, by the way. Good to know that we're rubbing off on you, that you want to come down and hang out with the cool kids. Also, shout out to Got That Going St. Francis Academy and the Panthers. Just when we talking about Poly and State, nobody care about them. It's all about the Panthers. Great basketball program that's come up. Remember, one of the best products that's come in recent time was Angel Reese, graduate of St. Francis. Their football team is putting in that work. The school went from, not having a field to we got a basketball gym and a football field. I'm like, God dang, they're trying to, really get some money for everything else. But, shout out to St. Francis and the Oblate Sisters of Providence. A lot of love for that school. And, Sister Gabriel and Shift F7 for whacking my behind and my hand when I couldn't put my fingers on the keyboard properly. Never forget that. Oh, and we talking about Baltimore, can't forget about the other side of basketball. And, Muggsy Bogues, also a great product of Be More. And surprisingly, and if you the school he went to, like, man, how did he come out of that? And Lynn Bias, because I know you always put out Lynn Bias out there, so there's a lot.
See, I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes to ballers out of Maryland, and I'm not talking DC, I'm talking about Maryland. Everybody says Kevin Durant, and Anthony, to answer your question, Kevin Durant played at Montrose Christian up in Montgomery County. Everybody talks about great ballers that came out of Maryland, not DC. I'm talking just Maryland. Let's take DC off the table. They say Kevin Durant's the best baller to come out of DC. No, he is not. Because you had the Dunbar Poets that had 2 seasons where they lost 2 games and were national champs in 2 years. And their starting 5 all went to the NBA. That was Muggsy Bogues, Reggie Lewis, David Wingate, Reggie Williams, and I'm missing somebody off that team, but they had 5 guys that went to the NBA. And you got guys like Walt Williams, of course, Lynn Bias, who went to Northwestern. Walt Williams went to Crossland. Thurl Bailey went to Bladensburg. So did it's another cat that went to Bladensburg. I can't think of his name, but he played with the Suns. It's not Dumas, not Richard Dumas, but what? You never heard of David Wingate? What?
Hey, I put it. You know what you may need to do? This is kind of, even though it's a wrestling show, folks, bear with us. Pull our coat and follow along. But this may be something as a series. Great professional athletes to come out of the DMV And then, other major cities, that's something that, maybe the network will want to tackle and have some, special shows throughout the year just dedicated to, some of the great athletes. And I think Coach Devon would definitely like to sink his teeth into that for pretenders and contenders. That'd be a great subtopic for his show, maybe. So keep your eyes tuned. You'd be surprised what you may discover as you learn from us. And then, hey, Sumo, don't want to forget about you. You got some, North Carolina that you want to talk about. Definitely, we could do something.
Y'all brought up Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues was a Hornet.
I know.
So, he was a Charlotte Hornet. So, yeah.
I guess you could call him the best little man in professional sports, along with Rey Mysterio.
Nah, between him and what was the guy that
he was a Space Jam
one that played for the Hawks? Spud Webb.
Yep.
Yeah. Between them two, yeah.
Anthony say he 35, so he don't know the players I'm talking about. Let me see, 35. I got you by 9 years.
God dang going, Anthony. You're a young whippersnapper in this game.
I got you by 9 years. But see, now this is
boy still got Similac on his breath.
I'm 44. And
this is a good question right here.
My uncle told me stories of how good those guys were from Dunbar. Because he balled with them in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. He balled with them. He balled with Lynn Bias. So he balled with all these guys. So he was like, yeah, this guy was great. This guy was great. And then, if you grew up in D.C. around a certain time, people say, if you take and say, who's the best player to come out of the DMV? That's D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Okay. Again, everybody says it's Kevin Durant. It is not. It's a guy that goes by one name. And if you walked in any barbershop in D.C. and say, you know what? I think Rabbit was the greatest player to come out of D.C. So many people are going to jump up and be like, you know what? You're right. You might even get your hair cut. You may be 7 down in a barbershop. You may be first after saying something like that. You next. And if you don't know who Rabbit is, that is the one, the only Elgin Baylor who went to Spingarn. Probably the greatest basketball player to ever come out of DC, one of the greatest basketball players to ever play in the NBA. And it's like,
you got Brian Sweeney. Brian, we were just talking about some shows and, maybe a great idea to do some features on different, the best players from different towns. So, hey, hint, hint, wink, wink. You and Mr. Ice over there may want to go ahead and feature that as well if you like to on your show. So,
wait. You're not gonna cut me out of this one now. You're not gonna cut me out of this one.
What? I'm just saying. I'm just spreading the world. For the whole network, everybody can get in where they fit in, just as long as they understand that the idea came from the flagship show. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm just out here. But Sumo, we'll let you jump into this one. Who would you say is the best pro wrestler to come from Baltimore or the DMV?
Well, I don't know of anybody that has come from per se. Now, I can only go by where they say they come from, in the introductions, from whatever, And let me see. Just off the top of my head, I'd have to say Batista, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, because he claimed DC. He claimed DC, so
he does. He's from there. He's legit.
Who else? You got Nyla Rose claiming DC.
Yeah. Probably one of the most consistent in the area, Mickey James, especially from.
Wait a minute, Mickey James claiming Virginia.
Well, DMV.
She's from Richmond.
Virginia.
Richmond's not DMV.
That's close enough.
No, it's not. It's not.
As much as she may be from Richmond, but as much as time as she spent.
KG back. KG.
As much time as she spent in the DMV.
Yeah, I'm sorry. She wouldn't be. Do you really consider Richmond the DMV?
not so
A
much.
lot. Everybody that I've talked to in this conversation doesn't consider
I'm considering her
Richmond is too
DMV
low to be
because of
DMC.
how much time she spent in it.
No.
Richmond itself is not DMV. I'm not saying that.
No.
But she's been so close to the DMV area.
You're not
gonna give her a credit pass?
No, because okay.
I'm not talking about where she was born. I'm talking about where she is.
No. You can't give people pass because if you give one person a pass, you got to give everybody a pass. Batista is from Batista say I'm from DC. What part of DC you from? I'm from Southeast. That's where Batista grew up at. He grew up in Southeast. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, Batista grew up around Central Gardens.
And Batista was adopted, but yes, he's still DMV.
But he grew up around Central Gardens, so he has DMV all over him. People like Mickey James can't say.
Mickey James always claimed Richmond, Virginia.
You can't say, "Oh, I'm from DC." Well, what part of DC you from? Oh, I'm from Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia is 135 miles south of DC. It takes 3 hours to get to Richmond with traffic.
I'm trying to give it a whole pass. Because she may have been from Richmond, but god dang, she was in the DMV a lot.
Hold on.
A lot.
The rules go, and I know if BJ hears this, he's probably rolling his eyes so hard they're gonna fall out his head. But the rule is, in order to be considered from the DMV, WMATA, Washington Metro Transit Authority. If you know what WMATA is, you know what a Metro bus is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Metro Rail is. You know about paper fare cards, not smart trips, but paper fare cards that either had the zoo on it or the Capitol and the monument on it that was red, white, and blue. If you know about that and you grew up in that, you know what the DMV is. If WMATA touched your doorstep, if you walked out the door and had to go to work and you got on a bus in Maryland that was a T18, a T15, T17, a A12, a P12, a D12, a D14. In DC, you caught the X bus. If you know about the 70, which went up down Georgia Avenue, they made a play about it.
She's out.
If WMATA
she lived in the area for a while.
Okay, so let's talk about the ones that can claim. The ones that can claim. Well, I was going to say your boy. Okay, so he said DMV. I was about to mess up and say your boy Rich Homie Swan, but he from Baltimore. So he
says Baltimore too. He said Baltimore and DMV.
No, he said DMV. Well, no, he did say Baltimore. So
yeah, he said Baltimore, but Baltimore's not part of DMV.
For the record, who just mentioned Rich Homie Swan? I told you eventually. Sula will come around.
We talking about Maryland wrestling, so he's a Maryland wrestler.
That's the name you come up with. I will follow
that by saying that his fruity ass was on TV tonight wrestling JJ Francis, looking like a damn Dallas Cowboys cheerleader with the tassels coming down his arm and shit.
Well, wait a minute. So now tassels coming down the arm is like Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders? Because I can think of a certain man named Macho that did the same thing.
For him it was tonight because he was looking real fruity.
Oh, my God. Hey, Rich Swan, it takes a little bit. I mean, he's claiming Athena right now. It took us a couple years before he actually started claiming her. But this is how it began. He gave her credit for something.
I thought he changed his
Next thing you know, Rich Homie Swan is going to be your boy. Hey Anthony, you ain't got to bring up the dream like that, man. You ain't got to do that. You ain't got to do that.
Velveteen Dream is from Baltimore. I thought he was from DC too.
Bring up Velveteen Dream next. Actually.
Yeah, he's DMV.
I thought he was from
still
DC.
Wrestling. And he's wrestling for MCW right now. So why not mention him? He's wrestling for MCW
if you're bringing
up
Rich Homie Swan, I'm surprised that he's on the Indies using his theme song. That I'm like, how's that happening? But I guess since he was never found guilty, they gave him a concession, maybe, because normally that's not something that's allowed. He's not coming out as well. Some places he's built the dream, some places he's not.
Who wrote that song? Was that
I thought it was. Possibly, or the CFOs, maybe. I think it may have been the CFOs at that point.
Because maybe the contract ended and he got the rights to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what part of Virginia Chris Harris is from, but he is from Virginia. Steve Blackman. Was Steve Blackman from Virginia?
I don't know. I haven't heard.
I thought
he ain't
Steve
been out there in the
Blackman
community.
I thought he was from Pennsylvania. But
I don't think he claimed. He didn't claim Virginia.
He's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he a little too far. We don't care about him. He in that Steelers country. Nobody like the Steelers in Baltimore. We ain't got time for that.
And who else? Who else is claiming?
And the big question is, Scott Daggone Tomlin going to the Ravens. Didn't I tell you about that? Was that Charles? Did I tell you about that? That was a conversation that Tomlin may go, if they lose. I told somebody that. We'll see. That's the best place you need to go. But then, side note, Cam Newton did make a good point. He would do pretty daggone good in Atlanta.
Yeah, he would.
I wouldn't want that.
Thank you for not going there. Appreciate you. Stay out of my division.
That's right. Hey, again,
unless you're coming to Carolina, I mean, we'll welcome you with open arms in Charlotte.
There you go. Again, shout out to Charlotte. Great job this year. Just want to put that out there. I was trying to root for you. I really was. But
Cam Newton signed a one-day deal to retire. So now he's a Panther for life.
That's right. And then, we'll go ahead and report it. Thanks to Jesse mentioning that Denver QB Bo Nix is out for the rest of the season with a broken ankle. Oh, man. Yeah, that's true. Lash LaRue. That's old.
Well, he claimed New Orleans, but was he actually from Maryland?
Yeah. The gimmick was from New Orleans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His gimmick was from New Orleans.
Yeah, and I think that's more that we haven't, thought of. But
that's something we could probably Google something like that.
Yeah, we could dig into a lot of things.
We can dig into that if we wanted to.
Wrestling part, but you brought it up multiple times that Ring of Honor had a home and some roots in the DMV. So from a promotion standpoint,
Ring of Honor started in Baltimore.
Yeah. So from a promotion standpoint, we also carry a promotion as well. But we'll dig into from our perspective, the promotions and the wrestlers that come from different areas. We may do some shows like that as well and spotlight some old, some new, and some current to keep that going. But where I was going before KG went off on a DMV tangent was sumo. I would like you to just tell us what your thoughts are for an historic event that happened this week earlier, and that was the debut of the AMC era of Total Nonstop Action, or TNA, airing on AMC this past Thursday, right? Wasn't it Thursday?
It was this past Thursday. Their show airs at 8:00 on AMC. They started out the show with AJ Styles coming to the ring. He opened the show, welcoming everybody to the AMC era and saying how everything was going to be bigger, faster, and better, and everything, and saying that the best was yet to come for everybody, and and things could be happening over the course of the night. Kind of giving, as to what was going on. So you had your first match after that, which was Order 4, and it was in an 8-man tag team match with the Hardy, in a 6-man tag team match, I should say. Mustafa Ali and the Good Hands against the Hardys and Elijah. The Hardys and Elijah came out winning that. Then after the match was over, the Righteous came out and after all the head games and whatnot, they've been trying to play on the Hardys. Finally jumped them. Finally put hands on them.
Mm-hmm.
And made the announcement that they would be challenging for the tag team championships tonight at the Genesis pay-per-view that's going on right now. That started at 8:00. Well, they had the pre-show start at 7. So that's been going on since 7:00. And there's a lot of matches that have happened already, and it's still going. Then you had Santino Marella come out saying, how much he is going to enjoy the new era and how all of the new things that are going to be happening and all the new people that are going to be coming in. And he also went into how emotional he is and how things have gotten to his head with his daughter, Ariana Grace, turning her back on him for her boyfriend, Stax Lorenzo. And he says that the executives have given him help, to help him run TNA. And that help is coming from Daria Ray. Daria Ray being the former Sonya Deville, who as you know has general manager experience. And so she comes out and she says, "Yes, I'm Daria Ray and I am the suit. And when the suit talks, shut up, I'm talking. Shut up when I'm talking." SUIT suit. Yeah.
We get it. Well, let me ask you this, because they had a lot of stuff. Because I don't want to take up and give away too much. But I have seen some opinions about that show from some industry pundits. One of them of note was Eric Bischoff, who really, I guess, out of character is a weird way to put it, because normally he's objective, in his commentary or his depiction or his thoughts when it comes down to WWE, when it comes down to AEW and other stuff. But to me, I felt like he went in on the production value and some of the production decisions that happened on that first show. So I was curious, do you agree, or what's your vibe?
Well, let's go back to the very first match, because when I was watching the very first match with Order 4 and the Hardys and Elijah, I didn't see. I saw Order 4 come out. They got about halfway down the ramp, and then it went straight to the finish. There was no in between. There was no match. They showed none of the match. Now it could have been. I can't say that for everybody else. I can only speak for myself. But there was no rest of no middle of the match. It went from the entrance of Order 4 to the finish of the match, and then it skipped again because there was some celebration in there, and there was something that went on in between, and then they saw the Righteous already in the ring when some of the reels say they walked down the aisle and went into the ring. Right. So yeah, I mean it's been some issues. There's some issues already. It was some issues on this show where it skipped like that during one of the matches. So on the Genesis show. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with their production right now, but there's some issues going on.
Do you feel as though the WWE folks have kind of pulled away? Because I think to me it seemed like when WWE started infusing in, you also got some production folks that were fused in as well to make sure that WWE folks came out looking good. Because you kind of tell the difference in the way some of the camera angles were done. And then now that, hey, you got it, we got you there. Now they're off on their own and they're trying to figure it out.
I don't know. That could be. I mean, the The deal is supposed to go for at least 2028, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, and they have pulled some people from TNA over to WWE. So I don't know. There are a lot of folk. There are a lot of TNA wrestlers going over to AEW as well. So because it just got announced on Wednesday night that the Rascals were going to be premiering at some point on AEW television. So I don't know. I mean, that could be the case if they pull some people. There's some things that I'm going to be talking about here in a second. As far as the card is concerned, that WWE wound up benefiting from.
Okay. Like what? And then you.
Well, I'll get to it in a second. The next matchup was the Inspiration defending their Knockouts tag team titles against M and Heather by Elegance, and this was one of the things I was going to complain about because this went too long, and I'm not talking about the match. I'm talking about before the match, because before the match happened, they were in the ring, and they were introducing the newest member of the Elegance brand, being Mr. Elegance. They had this tryout and this interview thing where they were looking for a guy who was going to be Mr. Elegance. And they found this guy. I mean, he could be, how can I describe him? Imagine rookie Bo Dallas, but with what's his name? Kid, the guy Kid, what's his name? Kid,
Tyson Kidd?
The guy with the Pretty Deadly.
Oh, Kip.
The one that's wrestling now by himself. The other one's hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. His rookie Bo Dallas's head on Kid's body.
Bo Lee.
Okay?
Bo Lee.
So I mean, he's cut up. I mean, he looks kind of funny. He looks like he could be short because he's not tall. He's not much taller than most of the Elegance brand members, except for the tallest one, M by Elegance. She's taller than everybody, but he's right there he's right there with. And then they had Perez Hilton there. Who's heard of Perez Hilton since the 90s?
Well, believe it or not, Perez is still, hot and heavy. But that's mostly on, you have to be following Perez for that. Because I thought the same thing as I just happened to go through social media feed. And he popped up like, what the heck? You still around?
It was a kind of a waste. It was something that should have been done on another show, maybe the next Thursday. This show should have been the catch up to anybody that was new coming into TNA.
Right.
This should have been a catch up show. But it wasn't. They just tried to go along with what they'd already been doing. Inspiration wound up losing the belt, so you got new tag team, Knockouts tag team champions in the Elegance brand. Then you had Lei Lee, who is the Knockouts singles champion, come out with Xia Brookside. And they made the announcement that her challenger for the title, Danny, what is it? Danny Luna. Danny Luna was going through. They call it. She hadn't been medically cleared, but it actually came out that she's got visa issues.
Right.
So they're saying that because of her issue, because she has not been medically cleared, she's not going to be able to challenge for the Knockout Championship. So they agreed to an open challenge. So whoever wanted to come out and get the title shot could get it. And who comes out but Zarya and Saul Ruka from NXT. And they come out and was like, yeah, we're both, you know, in the running for this, but and you call yourself a warrior, but we have a warrior over here too. So I think Zarya would be the best person to take this challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So Zarya signs the contract, and now she's going to be wrestling tonight for the Knockouts Championship. Then you have the System who comes out, and they're talking about the match that they had tonight, Eddie Edwards versus Johnny Curtis for Johnny Curtis's retirement match. And, you know, he's saying, Johnny's like, if you don't pull the trigger, Eddie, I will. You know, so they're going back, it's friendly, they're going back and forth or whatever, because they're on the same faction. They're friends for 20 years. And so, you know, they're not really going at each other, but, you know, he's just saying, you know, if you don't take me out, I will take you out. So,
right.
So that went all right. And then, okay, this is what pissed me off about this whole show. Okay, Frankie Kazarian, champion.
I thought you was going somewhere else, but okay.
Frankie Kazarian, the champion, versus Mike Santana for the World Championship. Now, earlier in the show, Frankie Kazarian was doing a promo in the back, and AJ Styles walks up to him, and Frankie's like, "What? We friends all this time, and you're just gonna walk up on me? You want me to hug it out, or you know, shake your hand? Or you want me to give you a wet kiss or something? What you want? What do you want? What you want me to tell you? You know?" And so AJ just walks up on him, looks at him, looks at the belt, looks back at him, and says, "Okay, one day," and walks off. So now you got this match this main event, and it was an okay match. It's pretty much the same match that they've been running the past 3 times that they've wrestled already. Nothing really new. Like you said, some production issues that were going on that kind of messed up the flow of this match. And then Santana wins the match, which I knew that was going to happen because I mean, he shouldn't have lost the belt in the first place, but they set it up so that they can have this night and have him win the match on television. So then he's in the ring, he's celebrating. They cut to black. The show is over. Then it comes out that Santina Marella and Daria Ray comes out, and they announce that it was in the contract that regardless of who won, the loser would get an automatic rematch at Genesis, which is cool.
Do you know where her milk cup is? No.
Then Daria's like, "Well, we're gonna change this up. We're gonna change this up. So we're gonna have Nick Nemeth, who is the holder of the Call Your Shot Gauntlet trophy, their version of Money in the Bank, as special guest referee." Okay, I get that. But why have that after the show goes off?
Exactly.
Why do you do that before the show goes off? That makes no sense to do that. You're not even selling the fact that they're gonna do it on here. They didn't even mention that the winner was gonna get a title shot at Genesis during the match.
To sell the show.
So I mean, it's ridiculous what they did. I mean, there was so many mistakes made in this show.
Well, let me ask you this.
And then you got folks that are part of the show, that are part of this company, who are going like, "Well, those that aren't in the know shouldn't speak on it. It's my opinion. My money. I'm paying to get AMC on my cable. I'm paying to watch Genesis. Why shouldn't I have an opinion? Regardless of whether I'm in the business or not.
Welcome to social media.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Well,
I mean, for them to say that, I mean, for you to say something like that makes you seem guilty to me. But that's just me.
Well,
But
I know
ahead.
you didn't mention it, but, they did have Dixie Carter and Bully Ray come out.
Yeah, I
for this
mean,
segment.
and
But
she got booed out the building.
But here's my first question to you, and then the other one is a gripe, a bigger gripe that I have. The first question: should they have had Jeff Jarrett come out?
Yeah, they could have. I don't think so.
Why are you saying no, KG?
It wouldn't really made a difference.
I think from a fan perspective, I'm cool with Dixie coming out, but without Jeff, obviously, we wouldn't be where we are.
The only reason they brought out Dixie was because they were in Texas.
Yeah, but still, if you're gonna
They were
bring
just
out
trying,
somebody
they
that
were
owns
just trying
company,
to find people that they could get access to that had some link to the past.
Jeff
And
Jarrett
then
would have been there.
Yeah, but Jeff
You
Jarrett
keep
is still
saying
signed to
they're not
AEW.
calling me. They're not calling me. It don't matter. He's not really AEW.
He's signed to AEW.
He's not at that. He's not contractually at that level to AEW.
How do you know?
He's not at the Sting level.
No, wait.
He said that though. He said that if the call would have come, he could have had a conversation and been able to go to a WWE event or other events that have happened in the past. Sting is locked down. Like Tony's like, well, Sting didn't ask me, for permission. But Jeff Jarrett, he can pretty much go where he wants to go.
Wait.
I don't know. I mean,
why would you want?
That was on his podcast, so that's where I heard that.
I mean, yeah, it sounds good, but he can't say that and not actually get it and actually not have done it. Well, if he'd have done it,
that's what he said on his
podcast
because he was griping that nobody was calling him. It was because it was a Conrad. It was like, hey Jeff, how do you feel about not being on the show? I forgot what show it was, but it was one of those tribute shows and stuff like that. As somebody that paved the way in the industry, he's like, they didn't call me. I'd have been there, but they didn't call me. And then they went to that whole soliloquy on that. But KG, go ahead.
Why in the world would you want Dixie Carter and Jeff Jarrett in the same place at the same time? Because
controversy creates cash for TV.
Oh, I get that, but that's something. That's like saying you want. That's like saying you want
Bischoff and Russo in the same place today, or Jeff
or
Russo.
I'll give you that because Russo got a long list of people. That's like Jim Cornette and Russo being in the same place at the same time and sitting down with Vince McMahon for dinner for three. Why?
If the check is right, you think Cornette wouldn't be there? He would love the opportunity to eviscerate Russo.
Hey, they had dinner for three had Cornette and Bischoff.
But hold on. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Back down memory lane. Dixie Carter, her parents bought TNA. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Right. Panda. Right.
So her parents bought TNA. She wound up running it. And while she wound up running it, what was it? Jeff Jarrett's ex-wife and Kurt Angle were in a relationship. She sent Jeff Jarrett home. Jerry Jarrett started TNA. Jeff Jarrett was running it and absolutely wonderful. Call a spade a spade. Dixie Carter luck ran out and she couldn't run TNA the way it was being ran. She ran it into the ground.
Well, why would I want to be with some of the wrestlers too? So that didn't help.
You say what?
She was messing around with some of the wrestlers too, but that didn't help.
I guess we throwing allegedly in there. Throw that allegedly.
Not really allegedly.
They do allegedly.
It,
They do allegedly.
I never
it's
heard
been validated. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
So
There's been at least 3 names that she messed around with. That's out there.
okay, so her and Jeff Jarrett in the same room after you took the company that my father built and was running like a fine old machine. You decided to come in, change everything, start messing with the boys in the back, is what you guys are telling me. But on the business side, you brung in Hulk Hogan to run and gave him creative control, and it injected poison into that business, and it went down. Why do I want to be in the same room with her?
But
that's real
on
heat.
the back end, what came out of that? They turned right around and went back to the archetype that Jeff Jarrett had started with the 6-sided ring came back.
Yeah.
Ultimate X came back. So everything that was embedded Impact or TNA Impact, and then Total Nonstop Action, and then TNA, that is still the lifeblood of what Jarrett had infused in. He should have been there.
That right there,
the crowd would have popped.
That's legitimate.
18 times.
That's not kayfabe. That's legitimate heat. I don't know how he feels about it personally. I don't know. But that right there, that's an assault charge waiting to happen.
No,
she sent this man home from his own company without pay.
The assault charge should be on Kurt Angle.
So what you telling me?
But then again, keep it to it. Edge and Christian, should Edge be not? I'm sorry, Matt and Jeff Hardy. Should Matt have not beat the hell out of Jeff?
Yeah.
Every day?
Yeah.
Because Jeff, you sitting there watching Edge with Lita. You can't say you don't know and didn't tell your brother.
But okay, so what you're telling me is this is what you're telling me. Dixie Carter's parents are going to buy the Sideline Junkies podcast network. Dixie Carter's going to run the network now, and she's going to send you home. No. She's going to send you home.
One of y'all getting some. I'm passing on that.
She's going to send you home for whatever reason without pay. She's going to put you out of the company that you had a hand in starting. And then she's going to tell Sumo, if you don't do what I say, you can go home with him. So Sumo, being the great guy that he is, like, fuck it, I'm going to go home. I'll go start my own shit. And then 20 years later down the line, they're going to say, well, we're going to do a reunion and we're going to have you, Sumo, and Dixie Carter in a room together. Are you going to be in a room with her after she did that to you? After she did that to you and Sumo? Are you going to be in a room with her?
Am I in a room for her, or am I in a room for the people that are there because of me?
Hold on.
One thing Jeff Jarrett is a consummate professional. If he needs to be there, and he's been in rooms with people he don't like.
Plenty of times. But this is different.
But he came in, he did the job. He ain't got to hang around. He ain't got to shuck and jive. He ain't got to hug like Bully Ray. You have Dixie, you have Bully, and then Jeff Jarrett music hits. He comes out, he gets the pop. Bam. There you go. He can say a couple words, and then he's done. He can leave. But the crowd, in my opinion, for getting on network television at this level, you have to acknowledge Jeff Jarrett. That was my first issue. The second issue is you got to this level, and we didn't show any flashback or retros of the past.
They did.
It wasn't like WWE.
They showed montages of different parts of. They showed a montage of the X Division. They showed a montage for the Knockouts. They showed a montage for the World Champions. They didn't go into like Ultimate X or any like the matches or whatever. But they went. They did the divisions.
Did you see Elix Skipper? I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't see Elix Skipper.
You know what I'm saying?
But I did see. But there were some. Let's put it this way: there were some in those montages. There were people that WWE probably didn't. They probably had to get permission from WWE to put in those montages.
But why wouldn't?
And I'm talking
I know
about
they
people
would've
that did not, people that have never worked for WWE or people that are currently working for AEW.
Oh, no, that, yeah, I can see that, yeah. But Elix Skipper Ray, him running across the Ultimate X cage to do the Hurricane Rana, that is still arguably one of the best moments in TNA history. Period.
Wrestling history. What you talking about?
Yeah, wrestling history.
Yeah.
Wrestling history, period.
Now, I'm going to say this. If you had to choose, it's so many names that you can choose to come. If you want to talk about the past of TNA, so many names you can choose. If Gail Kim wasn't there, it's unofficial. If ODB
Awesome
wasn't
Kong.
there, it's unofficial.
Yep.
Awesome Kong, Raka Khan.
Why did we spend money?
They even said by name. They even mentioned AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Samoa Joe.
You had no choice on that.
In a match by name. They mentioned them.
But Joe owns his name.
Those are two AEW guys right there for you.
But Joe owns his name. Christopher Daniels owns his name. And then AJ Styles, WWE. AJ Styles is the house.
Was Jay Lethal there?
They pre-booked that. Nope, no Jay Lethal.
It's not official.
No Black Machismo. That's what I'm saying. If I was going,
but wait a minute. When it comes to Jay Lethal is more Ring of Honor than he is TNA.
But he is, okay. And I agree with that. I agree because no, KG, his the stuff he did.
His legacy comes more from Ring of Honor than it does from.
That's what I said. I got no argument. TNA. I got no argument. You're right.
His TNA is truthfully, and I'm not happy with saying it, but it's the truth. Is one segment. His legacy is that Ric Flair segment.
That's where you're wrong.
No, I mean, no, he's done a lot. But when you say Jay Lethal, the first thing somebody's going to say 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 is going to be, man, remember when he was over there promo with Flair?
And you know what? If they say that,
it's more Black Machismo. Let's talk about Black Machismo before Flair.
Do a poll and ask people who's Black Machismo and see if they can say Jay Lethal. But hey, who does the best Ric Flair impersonation? Man, that was that.
It's always Jay Lethal. But you got to realize before that moment, he was already a star with Black Machismo, number one, because
I agree.
Singles competition as well as tag team competition, Lethal Consequence, him and Consequences Creed. That's what I know Jay Lethal for.
That's why I said it's unfortunate that the thing that he's going to be most recognized for from that company is that segment. Because of social media, it is. But in social media, you see that more than anything else he's ever done. And that's a fact. I've crossed that so many times. I finally said, you know what? I keep laughing at it because I stop and watch it, which means I'm giving people a lot of views. Let me just go ahead and pin it so that way I could just watch it from this particular thing over and over just because. Literally, it just pops up. Watching Wrestling Shorts, there it is again. It's fortunate, it's unfortunate. He's going to live in perpetuity as arguably the best Ric Flair impersonation, especially since he did it in front of Flair and got Flair to pop.
That would be part of it, but he will always be the longest reigning Ring of Honor world champion, the only one to hold the television champion and the world title at the same time in Ring of Honor. One of the few Grand Slam champions in Ring of Honor.
Yep.
So he's back in Ring of Honor, and he has a faction. He has his own faction. He's got like in a managerial position in his own faction in Ring of Honor.
I gotta ask you gentlemen a question, because we talking about Jay Lethal, we talking about that Ric Flair spot. What happened between them two earlier this week?
Who?
Jay Lethal and Ric Flair. Because Ric Flair was like he was very disappointed in Jay Lethal.
Oh, I don't know.
And I was like, is this kayfabe or what? Because I thought Jay Lethal was training him to come back.
They've got the Flair's got other issues. He's giving refunds for cameos. Don't know what the.
He did give that guy a refund?
Yeah.
He should have. I didn't think he was going to do it, but he should have.
Too much negative publicity. And at this point, I love Nate. Need to stop drinking. It's time. Tap that out, dog.
And I already said he need to go somewhere and sit down somewhere.
Get some more.
It's not drinking. He has an inner ear problem.
And drinking ain't helping.
Yeah, he need to tap that out, dog. Like, I need you to get a new vice. Otherwise, I'd tell you to go ahead and, get some Fort Mose, but you need to just stop. You just need to stop. I need you to get high on Jesus at this point. But Anthony, as we start winding things down here on the show, asked, who do we think had the most impact in TNA, Triple X or America's Most Wanted?
Are we choosing out of those two?
I'm assuming out of those two, yeah.
Okay.
It would have to be America's Most Wanted.
That's what I was thinking too.
Because you got a world champion out of America's Most Wanted. You got some titles coming out of Triple X, but the original Triple X was great. When it started moving around and it got to Kevin Nash and started going, it kind of lost its luster. But America's Most Wanted couldn't be touched.
Mm-mm.
They were Teflon at one time. So, yeah, I'd have to give that to America's Most Wanted.
Do have to give a honorable mention to Beer Money. We've talked about them many times in the past, but, great tag team.
Well, I mean, America's Most Wanted and Beer Money got something in common.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you something.
James Storm. We in both of them.
This is and yeah, Anthony, John Forte died like 3 days ago. Yeah, and if you're not familiar with the Fugees, most people just glossed over it. But yeah, very, very sad news. I will say that. But when it comes to tag teams and TNA, I always said the tag teams and TNA, if WWE took that blueprint and not just throw people together, but you got Robert Roode and James Storm that made Beer Money, then you got both of them in WWE and you never put Beer Money back together. The Motor City Machine Guns came. Like then you had factions like Aces and Eights.
They never really signed James Storm though.
I thought he came over.
They were going to.
He had a couple test matches and stuff like that.
They had some test matches with him, and they were trying to bring him in, but they never could get the contract together. Because remember what I told you, AJ Styles' music was supposed to be for James Storm.
Mm-hmm. And also at that time, Robert Roode was injured. So when they was testing Storm out, he was coming in as an individual instead of the tag, which was sad because he just got injured during his glorious run. And when they were trying to bring him in, because Roode was trying for a while to get him in, but, he got him, in, quote unquote. It's just, But that's also WWE because, the Lucha Brothers, should be together by now. But then they turned it around and got Penta teaming with, what's his name? Dragon Lee. Like, what the hell is this? Or Rey Mysterio, which was even worse. Like, that's the wrong Rey.
Felix was supposed to get together at the last AAA show,
right?
But Penta was hurt,
so
they wound up bringing in Rey Mysterio for that match.
Yeah, and then Rey and Penta tagged, and then that's the wrong Rey. Still great, straight great action, but that's the wrong brother. What are you gonna say, KG? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying you got a chance, and I'll say it again. TNA had the best women's division at one point in time, and I mean this is not like a 3, 6, 9 month period. No, I'm talking about they had the best women's division from like 2008 to like 2011, 2012. They had the best women's division. They had tag division during that same time. Like it used to be. I worked nights at the time, And I would spend Saturdays, no DVR. I wouldn't DVR anything. I would catch the replays on Saturday nights. Like get up Saturday morning, watch TNA on replay on Saturday morning, and then watch Raw and SmackDown on replay in Spanish, and then watch Ring of Honor late at night while I'm cleaning the house.
You could have got a TiVo, right?
New Japan in there.
You could have just got you a TiVo. That would have saved you some time.
I had a DVR, but I refused to use the DVR. I'm
messing with you. We've been mentioning old stuff, and when's the last time you heard somebody say TiVo?
When Granddad Freeman was like, if you the book's not out yet, but if you have the TiVo, you can go ahead and rewind it on the TiVo and remember to buy this book. But I lied to you not. I consumed wrestling like I had to have it in my veins, man. And it was so good because everything was good at the time. You had WWE was doing that thing. Ring of Honor. I think this is when I first I think Samoa Joe had just came over to TNA because he was the Nation of Violence at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, what's going to happen with Ring of Honor? And I knew about CM Punk from years before. So I'm like, all right. You know, I was in the Jay Lethal and everything. And New Japan and TNA had a thing going on where the Dudleys was able to bring the tag championships to TNA. It was like so much that was good. And I'm like, okay, WWE is crushing everybody. Won't you take the blueprint when everybody else is on top and you were trying to keep up? Take the blueprint of what they use, how they built the tag division, how they built the women's division, and use it to your advantage. And I'm a big WWE guy. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big WWE guy, but I'm not biased and I'm not stupid. When WWE had the best women's division and the women were carrying, we talked about it right here on this very show, the flagship of the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs. We talked about it. The women were closing out not only Raws and SmackDowns, they were main eventing those, they were main eventing the pay-per-views, and they were some of the highest rated pay-per-views of the last 10 years. You had lightning in a bottle, and you took the cap off and let it go. You could have did that with the tag division, but instead, you just start throwing people together trying to make tag teams instead of letting it happen, develop naturally. I'm just saying. Matter of fact, we were talking a year ago. We had a whole conversation of how it was going to work when Jade came to WWE. You had Jade, Bianca, and Naomi. What is that? Black Girl Magic. That's your faction right there to run roughshod over everybody. Because guess what? You got to put a faction together. You got a couple of factions you can put together organically. This can happen. You can actually put the Rag Squad back together if you want to, but this can happen. Let's do this. What do? They pissed the bed again.
Well, you know, back in the day, Vince didn't want to give credit to something that was good. We saw that with the cruiserweights coming from WCW. Did not want to put that over, even though you had Rey Mysterio, Chris Benoit, Perry Saturn, Kidman. I mean, you know, she basically had the cruiserweight division in the WWE, but he didn't want to do. How long did it take before 205 Live hit? And at that point, most of them weren't there anymore. So do you think he would want to, you know, go ahead and give them credit for the turn from the Divas division to the women's division? And he definitely, with the exception of maybe 5 women, could not take anybody over to TNA. And I love Trish to death. She can't. Gail Kim would eat her alive. Got that going. We know Awesome Kong would just eat her alive. You know what I'm saying? If you brought ODB over, they wouldn't know how to man. They couldn't merchandise ODB, and they wouldn't put her over because she doesn't look like the cookie cutter. So he couldn't give them credit
Awesome
to
Kong.
do that.
They had Awesome Kong, and then she turned around and got pregnant.
Yeah, and never came back.
Yeah,
but that was her decision.
You said, "Oh, she got pregnant, but she don't come back." I was like, "She ain't coming back."
She had some complications. She had complications, medical, that prevented her from coming back. She still potentially could come back somewhere, She said the itch is, starting to get at her again. Her kid's older. So, that could be something she thinks about. But, it was medical issues after the delivery that prevented her from coming back right away. And then she just made that decision. Hey, let me just go ahead and focus. It wasn't by choice. She never got a swan song or anything like that, unfortunately. It was by force. Otherwise, she'd have been back. That was from what she said.
Pull my coat and follow me on this one.
Yeah.
If you took prime China, I'm talking Intercontinental winning China, I'm talking women's champion China, I'm talking China that competed for the WWF title, China, and put her in TNA.
Oh, man, they'd be on TV back then.
With ODB, with Gail Kim, with Awesome Kong.
With Madison Rain. I mean, all of them.
And Velvet Sky. Like, do you realize what could have happened? What could have been?
They would have outshined the men. That division would have outshined everything that was going on other than Ultimate X. Because that was just a spectacle.
I don't think none of the boys in the back would even have a problem with that, because you know what that means? That means you're putting butts in the seat. That means that gate is surpassing the numbers that it's supposed to pass, and everybody's going to eat. I don't think nobody would have a problem with that.
You would think that, but one thing we know about professional wrestling as we wrap up is there's some sexism, some racism, some ageism, some body shaming, and some bitch assness, nepotism, and all that other stuff. So it all exists. Back then, it was a lot more intense because, truthfully, if we take Vince out of it, I'd say there was maybe 7 to 10 performers that were running a business in positions to make decisions. That was running a business. And WCW, TNA, WWE, the big three. ECW is separate because that was Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman just gave him a dream, a wing, and a prayer, and a promise, and they was putting their life on the line. So you can't count that. They was running through brick walls and everything else for, the belief of what they were doing. But the big three, it's about maybe 10 people that you could give or take a name and be like, yep, they were booking it and saying this, and yep, this person went over, this person didn't go over. They protecting their spot. They holding people down and lifting people up, whatever. If you take Vince out of it. Now, it's less people, but that don't mean the decisions are, still the most intelligent. Tony Khan is still self-booking for the most part with a little bit of input, but, he's got to advise and do what Vince did to stay alive. WWE is under question because it's basically TKO and Endeavor dictating, really where the money is going and how they're getting it. And then they're kind of still beholden to Netflix on what they got to do. And then, on the SmackDown side, they still got to, navigate that. So they're kind of beholden to the network. TNA is just emerging on the major scale. ROH is Tony Khan still. And then everybody else is just walking through.
Well,
but it's still a better place.
If you put it like that, if Vince would have kept his nose out of NXT during COVID, imagine what we could have had.
NXT would have been the brand and WWE would have fell off. He couldn't have that.
Just what we could have had. I mean, he ruined the call up. Probably one of the best takeovers was the night that Keith Lee won both. He had both championships, and he was going to come up. That was a Sunday night. So Monday, he was going to show up on Raw. He was going to vacate the title, show up on Raw. He shows up on Raw. The beard's gone, and he's no longer himself. Music's changed. Like, who is this? Like, this cat's white hot.
We on the clock for Obafemi. We still praying for this one because, man, he had a good exit. Probably one of the best exits they've done in a long time.
Vince ain't here to mess it up.
That don't mean it won't be. That don't mean it
But-
won't be.
Nah, think about this. And Sumo, you tell me if I'm wrong.
That don't mean it
You
won't
bring
be.
up Keith Lee, and Vince ruins his whole entire aura, his whole entire character, his whole entire build, and he tosses this man back at least 25 years. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh no, he jacked him up real good.
So bad that he went over to AEW.
I mean,
and that was
You
freaking white hair.
you put him in the ring before he even goes over. Before he even gets on WWE, is going to on the main roster. He goes to WWE and beats Randy Orton clean. Then he goes into the Royal Rumble and he's one-on-one in the Royal Rumble in the middle of the ring with Brock Lesnar. And Lesnar is selling for him.
And the place is exploding. But I will say this.
And there was a video that I watched earlier today. So there's a dude, I don't know who the dude was, but it just popped up on my YouTube algorithm. Whatever happened to Keith Lee? He did 30 minutes on everything we just talked about. The whole thing. From him leaving Ring of Honor, going into NXT, doing this thing in NXT, going into the main roster, and just disappearing.
Oh, he really disappeared. I don't even see him on Mia Yim's posts anymore.
That's his wife.
I know. I see Big E on Mia Yim's, Chris Yim's posts more than I seen Keith Lee. She be out at dinner.
And imagine that tag team. Big E and Keith Lee. Oh my God! See,
hey, look, you ain't got
what a lot of people don't. What a lot of people don't remember. What a lot of people probably don't remember is back before he got to NXT, he was in Ring of Honor, and he had a tag team with Shane Taylor called Limitless. And those boys was the fat boy version of Doom and shit. All they was missing was the mask. They were handling motherfuckers up all over the independents, them two together.
But we do have hope.
I hate it when they broke up, man. I was like, man, this is the tag team right here.
I hear that. We do have hope. And the hope comes from Trick Williams. Because I was wondering, and I was scared. But Trick's entrance and his persona have carried over pretty doggone good for his call-up.
All I know is
without Booker T.
He need to do something with them lemon pepper steppers.
Well, no, I'm cool with that.
He rated Prince's Closet for them.
I'm glad they changed.
He came out with the white 3-inch heels, boy. I was like, wait a minute now. Hold on now, Sweet Willie.
I think he checked somebody because that debut on SmackDown when they gave him the mic and he started talking, I'm like, who wrote this? This is some bullshit. This person has no flavor. But then I think they fixed that because the last couple promos and stuff that he's done, okay, that sounds better. But yeah, that first promo, I'm like, oh, damn. Take the mic away from him. Please take the mic away.
See,
so now we're better. We're better now.
When you got something good, especially in NXT, when you get called up to the main roster, we said it before. I've said it. Don has said it. Sumo has said it. Don't change what made them hot. If they're already over, don't change it. Continue it. But instead, what do? You switch everything around. Now, Obafemi, I guarantee you this. When Obafemi comes to the main roster, he not going to do the bop no more. He going to come out and
don't you put that on him, Ricky Bobby.
I'm telling you, he going to come out in a whole unitard with shorts. No. And he going to look like the Big Show.
Well, yep, I was about to say it.
With no accent. He going to switch up like accent. He going to switch up like Kofi Kingston.
Nah.
he gonna have his finishing move now is gonna be the final cut.
Oh no!
But actually, I'm not concerned with Obafemi as much as I am with Powerhouse Hobbs. Because now that Powerhouse Hobbs has left AEW, and they're talking about he's coming over to WWE, and he's going to be on the main roster.
I think we're good on that, Sumo. Because what I can't say, as much as I like Will Hobbs, the character I never saw. Powerhouse
there was
Hobbs
really no character. It was just him.
With the exception of one part where he tried to reinvent himself and he was doing a religious thing, the Book of Hobbs.
Yeah.
That was starting to get over, and I'm like, okay, I can see a character out of this. But outside of the entrance, that was pretty damn good. When he came out, I did not see Powerhouse Hobbs. I saw a big-ass black dude that could pretty much beat everybody, but I didn't see who Powerhouse Hobbs is. So if Will Hobbs goes to the machine and comes out with an opportunity to, have a character that can sell T-shirts, that people can understand, like, okay, I get it. So I think this may be good for him on his development, but he needs to go to Raw.
I'm going to go ahead and burst your bubble.
Send that man to SmackDown.
No, I'm going to burst the bubble.
You give him a mic and he goes up against Jacob Fatu, it's a wrap. He's done. He'll get buried.
I'm going to burst your bubble. You talk about people that can sell shirts and merchandise. And I love bringing up, see, when you do this, all you're doing is throwing me alley-oops. Remember Elias? Hello, I'm Elias. And he did the whole thing. That whole thing, Walk with Elias. That whole thing, sold merchandise. What did they do? Screw the pooch and shit the bed, baby.
Well, he's doing the same thing in TNA. Exact same gimmick. He's doing the TNA, but now he's just Elijah.
And the bad part about it, when they had him cut the beard off and he became Ezekiel. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about bad booking. And it's a track record of bad booking. Every time somebody's hot, and they can be hot and they can be white hot. Bad booking every time. It can't always be bad booking. The reason why somebody doesn't get over. It's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's not a luchador thing. It's a thing. But it can't be the same thing. You can't say that you're the best in the business and you're the best company and you screw up this much, this many times.